Well, a very good morning to you from Canterbury as umpires Paul Baldwin and Chris Watts make their way out onto the field, closely followed by the Gloucestershire side and Ben Compton and Kashif Ali. Was that Jazz Singh, actually? I think it might be Jazz Singh. Compton's going to resume this morning on 144 not out. Had a little bit of a scare when Zach Crawley drilled one back and Josh Shaw got his fingertips to it and the ball hit the stumps when he was at the non-strikers end, but they're very hard to give as an umpire. It is Jazz Singh joining him. My name's Dan Whiting, and today we're going to be joined by our third voice, who's a lady called Rita Green. Kent fans will be familiar with Rita. She worked on the Middlesex game here last Sunday. And from BBC Radio Bristol, a very good morning to Ed Seaborn. How are you, Ed?
Morning, Dan. Absolutely magnificent. Ready for another day in paradise. And, well, unfortunately we've got the floodlights on, but it does look as though, again, as it did yesterday, the clouds are just beginning to part. So hopefully we won't have any interruptions today. I know the forecast for tomorrow is a little bit more suspect as the afternoon goes on, but today there's a small chance of rain, the forecast that I'm looking at the moment, but hopefully it should be good. And the game probably, even at this position, needs there to be 2 full days for one of these two sides to get a result, I feel. So Ollie Price is going to resume the over that was in progress last night because Grant Stewart was dismissed to what was the last ball of the day, but there are still 3 balls to go in the over, and this passes the edge. First ball of Jazz Singh's bat. There was an appeal for caught behind, but nothing doing from umpire Baldwin. It didn't sound like a fully convinced LBW, caught behind appeal, excuse me. Slip in place, Ollie Price in, and Singh tucks into the leg side. Oh, there's hesitation. They're standing in the middle of the pitch looking at each other, but Jazz Singh makes it to the non-striker's end as the shy comes in from Bancroft and misses the stumps. A fairly inauspicious start, it has to be said, for Kent this morning. 319 for 7.
2 balls, an appeal for caught behind, and almost run out there.
Yes, it was one of those just dance moves in the middle of the pitch, you know, the are we going, aren't we going? But anyway, the most important thing from Kent's point of view is that, well, first of all, Singh made it, but Compton made it. Extraordinary vigil, once again, I think you used that word aptly last night for Compton. 246 balls, batted for, 5 hours and 9 minutes. And he's there again this morning to try and nudge Kent towards, well, not only the follow-on, because that's very close now, but just limit this deficit on first innings. Turned leg side, no run to complete the over. And for Kent, that's one of the 4 runs now that they need to avoid that follow-on. They trail by 153 runs.
Yeah, sun's just coming out now as well as the cloud seems to be disappearing over to the north, over towards Senate. Ed's giggling here. We just put on our lunch orders and I've ordered a certain brand of drink which has got predecessed by the word diet and pre-spell checker or whatever it's called. Let's put it down as dyed.
Dyed Coke, but not as in coloured, yes. Also, I nearly had a similar moment where, anyway, I'll describe it in a moment.
Graham Van Buren in to Jazz Singh. The new ball's due in 1 over here at Canterbury. Kent 319 for 7. We've had emails in overnight as well, where we were asking for who would you pick if you had a team of number 11s. That's Van Buren. Throws that one in and Singh just defends it into the offside. If you had a team of number 11s, who would you pick to bat at 11 in the worst number 11s of all time? Oh, that's just probing away by the diminutive South African. I've got to do an update here. Yeah, a very good morning to you. The sun's just come out as well here at the Costa del Canterbury, and Kent have resumed this morning on their overnight 318 for 7. They've just added 1 to their total this morning. Ben Compton has been the mainstay, fresh from his 100 against Middlesex last week. He's on 144 here. Not bad going, 200s in 6 days. But Kent are up against it. They're 150 behind. The new ball is due now, and they could be in a bit of trouble. And the A23 Derby, Sussex continue to be in the ascendancy over Surrey. And remember, you can get ball-by-ball commentary of both these games, which are available via the BBC app and the BBC website. But here at Canterbury, Kent are 319 for 7. Lovely.
All right, so 80 overs gone with the first over and a half, as it's turned out to be, of the morning gone, and Gloucestershire can take the new ball. Marchant de Lange is running in from the Nackington Road end, over the wicket to the left-handed Compton, who's forward and prodding into the offside, and there is no run. New ball taken immediately, no surprise there, because Gloucestershire, well, I suppose, given that Kent still haven't technically avoided the follow-on, are still just about thinking about that, but also they have no cause to worry. The over rate is +2, so time as far as they're concerned to take these final Kent 3 wickets as de Lange bowls, and Compton comes down late on that as it doesn't bounce a great deal as it goes out into the offside. And I suppose that's what Gloucestershire are going to have to rely upon, possibly, if they're going to build a score and then take 10 more Kent wickets in the second innings. Maybe just a little bit of low bounce, especially from somebody of the height of Marchant de Lange. Might be tricky to face. De Lange into Compton, who drives, and it's gone straight to mid-off. There's no run. I have no idea what Marchant de Lange was pointing at there, but anyway, he was doing a sort of Travolta-esque sort of pointing dance move off.
What, from Saturday Night Fever?
Exactly, yeah. Anyway.
Night Marchant.
No, I must admit,
He knows how to do it.
Nearly did have an auto-correct moment myself, as this is cut away by Compton, and that will be at least a couple of runs, might even be 4. Fielder running around from deep backward point, won't get there. And that is the follow-on avoided by Kent. Compton avoiding it with a minimum of fuss in the end. De Lange presenting a bit of width, and it's cracked away to the point boundary. So 323 for 7, still a deficit of 149, but the follow-on cannot be enforced by Gloucestershire. They will have to bat again today, and that for Kent is certainly first job done, and particularly Messrs Compton and Grant Stewart, who really came out counter-attacked for his 51. That partnership is what's taken Kent to this position. This is edged and dropped by Green at first slip. It was short from De Lange. It was a cut shot again from Compton, and it flew to Green's left. I don't know whether there was any question as to whether he thought it was going towards Bancroft at all, but he went for it. He dove away to his left, and the catch has gone down, and I'm sure nobody will be more upset about that than Cameron Green, who's on his haunches at first slip. He's got a great pair of hands, but that is a catch that Gloucestershire really needed. Short ball, Compton pulls through mid-wicket, and that will be 4 runs, and that will be Compton's 150. So he's got there the ball after being put down, and how often does that happen? You drop a catch, the next ball goes for 4, but you have to say Compton absolutely thoroughly deserving of his daddy 100. 253 balls, and that was his 19th 4 to bring it up with.
Yeah, Compton on 452 runs now this season.
Is he going to... Well, he nearly did it a couple of years back, didn't he? Were it not
Hang
for
on.
the fact that the national... Well, not national counties, it was a first-class counties 11, wasn't it? First-class counties 11 match versus India back in 2022 was not given first-class status. If the runs from that had counted, then Ben Compton would have had 1,000 first-class runs before the end of May.
Yeah, it's 456 actually. He got 12 and 36 at Northampton. He got 32 and 124 not out against Middlesex, and now he's on 152 not out, but he should have been taken there. I tell you, you'll be more upset than Cameron Green with that. It's Marshawn DeLunger as the bowler.
I don't know. Do you feel more guilty as the catcher or the bowler?
Here's Matt Taylor coming in from the pavilion end, as that's full of length and played back by Jazz Singh.
It's a guilt versus disappointment, isn't it?
It sort of died on him a little bit. It was, I mean, you'd expect him to snaffle that. It was regulation.
Yeah. Well, he's still standing there at first slip with his hand covering his mouth.
He looks, you know, a little bit like my dog used to look when he was caught stealing the cat food. He was a sort of man full of guilt. Taylor in. Again, full of length. That's driven handsomely by Jazz Singh, the Dartford driver. Lovely shot.
The Dartford driver. Does that mean he's going nowhere, I'd have thought?
Going over the bridge. It's a
you,
lovely shot.
Are you ever moving over that bridge?
I came over it, no, but in fact, I've not. Well, I had an issue going back last week, but I've generally not had a problem on it. Right, we put it out yesterday, your worst number 11s, and we want to hear from you as well this morning. Keep them coming in. bbckentcricket@gmail.com. We had a gentleman yesterday called Alan Nathan as Taylor comes in around the wicket, and that's just defended. And he said, dear Kent and Gloucestershire commentary team, Dan Whiting and Ed Seaborn to you, Alan. We're on first name terms now, pal. Come on. Yesterday, whilst enjoying your commentary, sitting in the Cowdrey stand with my 92-year-old father, watching Compton's stoic innings, I emailed you some infamous number 11s. I had the name Mike Brearley stuck in my head as the other opening fast bowler of the 70s and 80s, partnering Bob Willis. Taylor in, defended by Singh. As soon as you mentioned it, reality dawned on me and I hung my head in shame all the way home. We thought Mike Brearley was pretty harsh. I'm not sure he
being funny.
I'm not sure he ever batted at 11. He also, I think he got 316 once for Middlesex as well. I was, of course, thinking of Mike Hendrick. Oh, dear old Mike Hendrick. However, I feel it's now my duty to provide you with a full 11. As Singh gedges that through to Bracey, and Matt Taylor strikes, and Gloucestershire pick up their first wicket. Kent just have two more now, and Matt Taylor, I think, deserves that. He's plugged away without much success, and he definitely deserves that, and Singh has to depart for 5. Kent are 331 for 8.
Well, I suppose that's the old get him driving thing, isn't it? He did get him driving. He hit one really sweetly through the covers, but that one just not quite there. It's a new ball as well. You've got the tail facing the new ball, which is what Gloucestershire have no doubt got hopes pinned on as far as wrapping this innings up quickly. Drew Jassing into the drive and presumably an edge through to the keeper. I don't think there was too much disappointment about the decision.
Do you want to hear his full number 11 of number 11s?
Let's
full 11 of number 11s. Right. Bob Willis, Mike Hendrick, Jonathan Agnew.
Oh, are we allowed to have that on the BBC? The BBC's chief cricket commentator.
There's another one in there. Phil Tufnell. Phil de Freitas. I think that's hard on Daffy. I think Daffy
Phil Tuffers as well. Oh dear, the TMS team are taking a battering here.
Gladstone Small, Angus Fraser, Devon Malcolm, Monty Panesar, Matthew Hoggard.
Probably should have given Monty a mention yesterday, shouldn't we?
This one's going to upset Kent fans. Graham Dilley, possibly controversial. I don't think Graham Dilley. I mean, he's 52, to accompany Ian Botham's 149 at Headingley in 81 was wonderful. I trust this
as well. I mean, his 2005 heroics at Trent Bridge, wasn't it?
Kept Ashley Giles company, I think, didn't he? I trust this has now erased the shame I brought to the airways, an offence I may have caused to the ears of all those Kent and Gloucestershire listeners yesterday. Keep up the excellent work, and I look forward to listening on day 3, and hopefully Ben Compton makes a double century. Well, Alan, what a lovely email. Thank you so much, and great to hear from you. If anyone else wants to give us any of them, bbckentcricket@gmail.com, as Matt Taylor comes in, and the new batter is Kashif Ali. And that's just poked out into the offside. That completes the over. Kent are 331 for 8.
Yeah, no, I think Hoggard, despite those particular heroics, I think is possibly deserving of being in the frame anyway. Magnificent. I think it's actually this is one of the many times where we need Mr. Ian Randall, our dear colleague, because this is one of Ian Randall's specialist subjects, actually. It's batters who averaged about 3 or 4 for Gloucestershire in their history. If Ian's listening, he can send us a few names. Marchant de Lange continuing in bowling, and cutting is Compton out to deep backward point, and they're happy to take the single and bring Kashif Ali on to strike with de Lange bowling at him. 332 for 8.
I do hope Andy Brassington's not in that group.
Well, he got some stick yesterday.
He got some stick, poor old Brassy. Lovely man.
I'm number 11. I suppose you do need a wicket keeper, but I don't think we're taking this 11 quite to that level of seriousness. Dear me.
You used to get keepers bat at 11. I think Bob Taylor might have batted at 11 for England, possibly.
I'm trying to think. I've forgotten the name. It's quite a prominent keeper in Gloucestershire history. I think he spent some time at 11. In goes de Lange and bowls, and Kashif Ali probes at that one and misses it. It goes through to the keeper. De Lange just stretching out his quad there, I think. Oh, I don't like the look of that, because de Lange has had surgery on his quad, I believe it was. Or was it his calf? I think it was calf a couple of years back. Oh dear. No, this is not good. He's taking his sweater and his cap, and I didn't like that from the first moment that he stretched it out, because he doesn't want to go off, I don't think. It looks like he's determined somehow to stay on the field, but if he's not going to bowl, then he needs to head off and have that looked at. Dom Goodman trots onto the field, and de Lange is jogging off. So I remember when he did that quad a couple of years back in a T20 at Chelmsford, and he marched off, but you could tell that he was just really covering for some serious pain. But because he's Marchant de Lange, nobody's going to tell him that he can't go off under his own steam, if you like. He's not looking in quite so much sort of hindrance as he was then, but he's still obviously felt something and has had to be replaced now in the attack by Tom Price.
The irony is Dominic Goodman's on the pitch, who also picked up a horrendous quad injury out in Australia in the winter, didn't he, playing grade cricket?
So Tom Price in now to Kashif Ali, who is forward and playing, well, dare I say it, the sort of defensive shot, despite the fact that there was a fair amount of bat on it that might get you towards the subs bench for our number 11's 11. It was a sort of a dangly defensive shot. The bat rather dangled in front of him, but at least he made contact. In goes Tom Price. Bowls, that nips away from the outside edge of Kashif Ali. That one's possibly done too much, really, to get rid of the Pakistan international.
End of the over. I'm going to read out possibly one of the finest emails we've ever had from Phil O'Rourke.
So sorry, this is one of the finest emails we've ever had, or one of the finest emails we've ever had from Phil O'Rourke?
Both.
Okay, yeah. It's probably the right answer, that, isn't it? Tom Price into Kashi Valli, again plays a defensive shot which has missed the ball by a considerable margin, and it goes through to the keeper.
I'll come on to it after this next ball from Tom Price, because it's just pure poetry. He's quoting Chaucer as these two sides play out their very own Canterbury tale.
So there's one ball left in Tom Price's over. His figures don't make particularly pleasant reading at 1 for 68. He did have a catch dropped off his bowling yesterday, which certainly could have helped those out. And he goes and bowls, and once again Kashi Valli is, if you're being kind, playing inside the line of the ball, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. So an over for the second time, unfortunately, in the match, which has had to be completed by two different bowlers. Grant Stewart was injured in his first spell of the first morning, but Marchant de Lange, that is a real worry for Gloucestershire. It really is, because Gloucestershire's attack cannot miss Marchant de Lange in the Championship. We saw the difference that him not being in the side made last season. He bowled Gloucestershire to victory at Northampton, and whilst there are other quick bowlers, we discussed his importance as far as being that senior quick bowler as well. So fingers crossed that it's just something that he's felt a little bit of tightness and it goes away. But we will obviously try and keep you up to date if we get any news.
Yep. Matt Taylor bounding in. Left alone by Compton. Right, dear Ed and Dan, this extraordinary historical artefact lay undiscovered among the papers of Geoffrey Chaucer for centuries. It reads, 11 men of Gloucestershire trekked to the ground of St. Lawrence, Deacon of Rome, the beautiful venue which the men of Kent call home. Kent were on top, first up on day one, before a travelling Australian and James Bracey scored tons, as that's just defended. When batting Kent stumbled, their middle order crumbled. Compton replied, Kent are not done, in the style of Dennis, this his grandson. Hungry for wickets are De Lange and Shaw. Taylor and Price T are eager for more. The time has come when they will take the wickets to win this game in the shadow of the shrine of Sir Thomas à Becket. With apologies to Chaucer, best regards and thanks for your Canterbury tales this week from Phil O'Rourke. Brilliant, brilliant. Compton defends.
What concerns me is that I know that he was at the Gloucestershire women's game yesterday at Bristol, so he's composed that between this starting this morning and that yesterday.
Yeah, Phil.
My word, Phil.
Up from Thornbury. That is genius. That is absolute genius. Thank you for that. Here's Taylor. That's driven pleasantly. It's only going to be a couple as Hammond comes round off the cover boundary and hurls that one in. And Compton adds a couple more to his total. Jonathan Bailey's been in touch. Although I think he worked quite hard to improve his batting, Kent's Kevin Jarvis could probably be considered a true number 11. I think he was the inspiration for this number 11. But yeah, it's fantastic. He's definitely a ferret. Someone who goes in after the rabbits. Thanks for the commentary. My wife and I enjoy going to the match on day one, but the cold has put us off today. As Taylor comes in and just covered up there by Compton. That completes the over, 334 for 8. My wife and I enjoy going to the match, but the cold has put us off today, so we're enjoying the stream and your humorous commentary on TV. Someone likes us, Ed. Someone likes us out there, out in the ether.
I don't think I've ever been guilty of humour. So.
It seems unlikely, especially given how the new ball is zipping around or moving around. But it would be great if the last two Kent batters could stay in long enough for Ben Compton to get a double 100. I'm with you, Jonathan. I'm with you. Sorry, isn't the last ball the over? Again, I can't count. That is now 334 for 8. Is there any news on the seriousness of Grant Stewart's injury? Well, it's we were told yesterday initially it's an abductor, but it's not. It's like a stomach muscle. There's no news on the sort of extent of the injury. He won't bowl. He batted very well yesterday, as you no doubt saw, Jonathan, but no news on the extent of the injury. And finally, John Maxted, he's been in touch. He's emailing us in from Wamutu in New Zealand, and I'll come on to it after this ball.
Tom Price, new over bowls, and Kashi Valley plays another shadow defence and goes through to Bracey.
Nice to hear you back again. You were talking about cricketers who played football in goals. Sir Richard Hadley played football at quite a high level as a goalkeeper. Also, Daniel Vittori was a very keen football player. And what about Danny the Duck Morrison as our number 11?
Oh,
great
yes,
call. Great call, him. John.
He was the Chris Martin before Chris Martin, wasn't he? Of course
he was, yeah. But didn't he hold England up with Nathan Astle? I think.
In goes Price wide of the crease, and this time there's a defensive shot out into the offside. And there is no run. Sounds familiar, I must admit. I can't remember. Or rather, I can't remember having heard about it because I don't think I'd have been around.
I think it was in the 90s. Nathan Astle got 200 and something.
Was it that game? That's one of actually my earliest cricket memories, is Nathan Astle crashing England to all parts. And I think that was the first time I was introduced to what it was like following English cricket. In goes
abroad, yes.
In goes Price and bowls, and Kashi Valley and plays inside. It seems to be becoming quite used to this now. So he's obviously, it's just what he does.
He's curtain railing, isn't he, as they call it.
So he's got a first-class average of 10.3. So he certainly can't be considered as.
He's not in the Kevin Jarvis league.
The number 11's 11, but he does only have a first-class high score at the moment of 36. So if he can't increase that, that's where we start to get a little bit concerned, maybe. As Price bowls, this is skewed defensively out to Hammond at backward point, and there is no run.
Well, he got 50 in the second 11 game where he was agricultural, let's put it that way.
Okay, so out of the Bomber Wells school of batting.
Yeah, that was in a game up at Polo Farm up the road, up at Canterbury Cricket Club there. And he got 50 on debut in the second 11. And he batted quite well against Middlesex last week. He got to 17 and then was run out in comedy style by Zafar Gohar, once of the Gloucestershire parish.
Tom Price in. Oh, that stays down. He's done very well to get bat on that. We've been making a little bit of fun about these shadow defensive shots, but that took some skill to negotiate that one, because that shot along the floor and he just about got some bat down on it. If that had thudded into pad, well, I mean, you never like to say such things. You would imagine the finger would have gone up, but you can't be absolutely sure, of course.
I'd have walked.
Well, I've seen Ryan Higgins walk for an LBW before. I think that's one of the few instances I can remember of seeing that. Price in bowls, and this is poked into the leg side.
It was poked,
rather
wasn't it?
uncertainly, but yes, it was treated with immense suspicion after the one that had stayed down earlier in the over, but he's survived, and Compton is still there and being kept company. Kent at 334 for 8. They've survived nearly the first half hour, and this is just more time that Gloucestershire don't have in the game to then build a total themselves. What total would they be happy with? Perhaps people might have their own thoughts on that, but I would have thought that looking at the scores in this game and the fact that Kent have chased 300 plus here so recently, I don't think they'd be too happy with anything less than about 400 to defend.
Matt Taylor in from the pavilion end to Compton, who gets a thick inside edge onto his pad there, and the ball dribbles out onto the offside, but no harm done. Going to get Rita in to, and then do you want to come back on after my 12 o'clock update, Ed?
Yeah.
We've got Rita Green. She only works on Sundays here, the Reverend Green.
There'll be no sermonising from
She
Rita.
will be. She'll be
Absolutely
delivering
not.
her Sunday sermon from the the pulpit of the St Lawrence Church at Canterbury. As that's full and driven handsomely by Compton, but can't beat Tom Price. Quite a deep mid-on. Matthew Lee's been in touch. Hi, Dan and Ed. Ladies' game was super to watch. Great win for Gloss ladies. Up the Shire. Great to hear from you, Matt. Lovely to hear from you. And Kent ladies are playing today, and you can see them. I mean, don't come away from this game, because this is superb. If you do want to watch the ladies, short from Taylor and Pooled, and they turn down the single as it goes out to deep square. Easy one there, and Compton's turned it down.
Interesting, because he was quite happy for Kashi Valley to face De Lange earlier on, but perhaps he fancies facing Matt Taylor a bit more. I don't know.
But the Kent ladies, the Kent women, they're in their first game at Radlett against Middlesex women today. And good luck to them. Yes. Good luck to the Kent women.
I think they're going to need some luck with the start they've got off to.
Taylor in. That's crashed through the offside. Compton's going to get... No, he's going to get one. That's good work by Miles Hammond out on the boundary. Keeps him down to one.
Because Kent's women are 44 for 8 in 12 overs.
Oh, my godfathers.
Yes. Well, the Middlesex opening bowlers, Katie Wolfe and Gaia Goal.
Yeah.
Goal has 6 for 25.
She's a good bowler.
Katie Wolfe has 2 for 19. Well, they both played for the Sunrisers in the early stages of the regional setup. So these are cricketers who've been around a more professional environment. Middlesex have several of these. So you would expect Middlesex to be strong. You would expect Kent to be strong as well, of course. But clearly, two good new ball operators have done a job on Kent there. And
yeah,
looks like quite a short afternoon.
Gayatri Gola, she's known as Lulu. That's what
really?
they call her, yep. As Taylor comes in to Kashi Valley, short, and thumps into his thigh pad. Yeah, she's known as Lulu. She's from North Middlesex Cricket Club, which has produced a number of players for the men's game in recent years. They've produced Ethan Bamber, they produced Joe Cracknell, they produced Luke Holman, and a guy called Max Harris as well.
I said afternoon. The game might not see the afternoon. It's 45 for 9.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yes.
Oh dear.
I don't know that there's really much else you can say. Certainly not on air anyway.
No. That's left alone. That completes the over, and Rita Greenhead will leave us. Unless I'm missing key information, some of the best number 11s include Jimmy Anderson, Shane Warne and Glenn McGrath. That comes in from Tom Pattison. Thanks, Tom. Thanks for your email. Peter Dodson has emailed in. He said he's from Antarctica. He's actually emailing several thousand miles north of Antarctica. Here in Ramsgate, we've had a sprinkle of rain. Following your goalkeeper's cricket tales, not a keeper, but Phil Neal of Worcestershire. Yeah, he had a good moustache, didn't he? He had a good moustache, Dodger. I remember his full-page portrait from Shoot magazine in the 70s. Come on, Super Kent. Thanks for the great commentary, and that's from Dodger. Great to hear from you. Remember, drop Rita and I your emails into bbckentcricket@gmail.com. And let us know your worst number 11s. Let us know your goalkeepers as Tom Price comes in around the wicket to Compton, who nurdles him off his hip and moves on to 157. And a very good morning to my good friend and somebody I only see on Sundays, Rita Green. How are you, Rita?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's not even afternoon.
No,
good morning, all.
Don't
Goodness, county fine.
that's wishful thinking.
Let me start again. Good morning, all. Good morning, Dan. How are you?
I'm wonderful. I'm wonderful. Always good to see you. Last time you were here, last Sunday, we saw an amazing run chase, didn't we, from Kent?
We really did. They got it with overs to, pretty much wickets and overs to spare, quite frankly.
Price in, and Ali again with minimal foot movement.
It was a great run chase, wasn't it? It was actually marvellous to watch.
Yeah, I mean, to chase down 316, and, I mean, Compton just batting like he does now, just, you know, his powers of concentration are amazing. I mean, Me, I can't concentrate for more than 5 minutes. But he's just like, it's mind-blowing how he can concentrate for that long. That's a good delivery from Tom Price. I mean, he's Compton again. He's been out at 265 balls already. That 124 last week took 196 balls. So what's that? He's been batting not far short of 500 balls for close on 300 runs before he was last dismissed.
As far as I'm concerned, he's been out there the whole week as well. You know, the last time I saw him, he was out there, and he's there again. But lovely bounce there, by the way, from Price. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Probably too good for the batter, to be honest.
Here he is again from the Nackington Road end as Ali plays that into the covers, but only to pick out the man known as Lenny, Dominic Goodman. He made a wonderful stop yesterday, and we gave him a 10. We gave him a 10 on Strictly.
Excellent.
Yeah.
You got your paddle out, did you?
Strictly come commentary. Yep. Yeah, so...
Oh, I love a bit of Strictly.
Do you?
Have you got dancing feet? There's a question that you didn't think you were going to get today.
No, I've got 2 left feet.
Oh.
Price in, Ali pushes that out to the offside, and Goodman comes in off the boundary. Goodman, as we said yesterday, from Chesham Cricket Club, who produced a number of players to the first-class game. Yusuf Majid at Surrey. Rafi Weatherall, who bowled very well at Northampton in the first game of the season against Kent. And Tom Helm at Middlesex, so 4 different counties. And that's not far from your neck of the woods, is it, Chesham?
Chesham-ish, yeah, you're right. It's up the road.
Yeah,
Probably
yeah.
about 30, 40 minutes away from the Berkshire County, which is tiny, really. So we're surrounded.
Royal
by
Berkshire.
Royal, of course.
Royal
It is,
Berkshire.
that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have some rather famous residents just down the road.
We've got Rita Green, the Queen, here, as that's nipped off the legs, goes down to fine leg, and Compton will pick up another single and retain the strike. 338 for 8 now. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Rita Green, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, on the BBC Sport app and on the Kent YouTube channel. And remember, you can listen in by telling your smart speaker. What do you tell it, Rita? Dear smart speaker.
Dear smart speaker,
Please pay day 3 of Kent versus Gloucestershire.
I froze there for a moment because I thought there was an actual script behind this. But yeah, ask your smart speaker.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
By the way, the BBC Sport app, rather good as well, as you mentioned. So
Yeah.
all good. But look, there's a bit of a cat and mouse game going on out there. I think, as Ed mentioned, the longer that Kent bat, the more frustrating it is for Gloucestershire. Here comes a fresh new over. Compton on strike, tucks this into the onside and takes a single off the very first ball of the over. And it's lovely to be back. Not quite as warm as it was last weekend. 339 for 8 the score.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got my hat on though because it's the first part of the day, and in this commentary box, you do get a little sunned on. That's not very good English, but you know what I mean. Very much in your eyes. But a lovely day here at Canterbury. No sign of proper rain, but Kashivali on strike. Next ball comes in. So is this a bumper? Goes through to the keeper. Thought about, in fact, it's so much of a bumper, so far over the head. It is officially a wide, and that's your 1 for the over. Is it 1 or 2? I can't remember nowadays. At least
2,
1.
I think. Yeah. So we called her, because we only work with together on Sundays, so we did call her the Reverend Green. Rita Green, the Reverend Green. And
If you like.
yeah, it's Reverend Green in the commentary box with a microphone.
Taylor in for the pavilion end. This one is a full delivery and pushed to mid-on, and there's no run. Nicely played by Kashivali. Really got his weight behind it, his body behind it. And Compton comes down a little bit, does a bit of gardening, and just says a couple of things to his partner.
Are you a gardener, Rita?
Not really. I like things to look very minimalistic.
Do you?
Yeah, which
What,
is
like concrete?
not quite that far. That's my husband's way of gardening. But more like, like a proper lawn.
Yeah.
Like a red robin bush as well, as a couple of strawberry plants here and there. But yeah, that's the extent of my knowledge. But I'd love to get yours in a moment. Here comes Taylor in. This one's a shorter delivery and round the corner. He was in the air for a little while. If there'd been a short, fine leg.
He wasn't in control of that.
Not at all. Pretty much off the glove, I would say. But a one run nonetheless. So Compton's going to take this one. What have we got now? One more ball of the over. Interesting, actually, taking a single. It's slightly confusing, actually, when they're taking the single, when they're not. But I think they're just taking them when they feel like it, really, Dan.
Yeah, it's the new ball's been taken. It's not doing as much as I thought it might do.
Last ball of the over. Compton, very full delivery and driven, but straight to cover. So a dot ball, and I can't count. There's one more of the over, isn't there? Yeah.
You and me both, Reed.
Yeah.
You and me both.
It's early, ladies and gentlemen.
At least Ed's got his head on this morning. At least he can count.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Anyway, one more ball of the over. And Compton, what an innings. 159 from 260 odd deliveries. That's absolutely incredible. A man in form and just wonderful to watch. If you're a young cricketer or slightly older like me, next one in, full delivery in, tucked round the corner, so they take an easy single. That is not the line I think that Taylor was looking for, and indeed they take that single off the end of the over. Yes, it is the end of the over. Ladies and gentlemen, that is 6 balls. That means an over. 342 for 8, and the Kent innings continues. Gloucestershire looking for 2 more wickets, and Kent just looking for more runs. 130 is the deficit.
What we need, do you remember the Count from Sesame Street? Who can count up to 6?
Oh, it's not the end of the over.
It's not the end of the over.
Oh, Rita. Shall I get my coat now?
No, it's 5. The umpire's got it wrong.
Oh.
There's 6 balls gone.
So it's not me for once.
Oh, it's a wide. It's not a wicket. It's a wide. Yeah. It's a small W for a wide and a big W for a wicket.
Do you know what? Thank goodness for Ed.
Yeah.
You're on it. You're on it, Ed. Thank you.
Where's Count from Sesame Street? Get counting.
I think all we're confused there, but I think officially we can call it the last ball of the over unless there is an extra, including a wide. And we're getting a short leg in place because previously when Ali was on strike and trying to tuck it round the corner, it wasn't in control and it could have gone absolutely anywhere.
Yeah, Miles Hammond going in under the lid there.
Taylor in. Full delivery and tucked into the onside, offside. They could have got a single quite easily, but turn it down so Compton can take the first ball of the fresh new over that's coming up. End of the over, 2-4. No, let's call it 3-4-2 for 8.
Alison Spurrell, she's a Gloucestershire fan, saying, "Hi Dan, lovely to hear your dulcet tones again." What, my North London accent? I've got family visiting, so I haven't been able to watch any live cricket this weekend, but I did manage a few minutes on the YouTube feed yesterday. And my daughters, Sophia and Jessica,
Hello, Sophia.
were very
Hi,
impressed that I knew you and had your autograph in my book.
Oh.
Yeah. You'll find my book in all good charity shops, Rita, at 30p soon. But please give them a shout out. Well, a big shout out, Sophia and Jessica. I hope you're well. I hope you're enjoying the action here from Canterbury. And no doubt I'll see you soon at some point. Here is Tom Price, uppish from Compton, but no harm done because the field spread as Tom Price's brother Ollie, fresh from that absolute worldie of a catch yesterday out on the boundary, fields the ball and throws it in. David Carter, who's a Kent Magpie, whatever that is, but he says Norman Graham has to be the number 11 of all number 11s. Batting average, first class, 3.88 over 189 matches with a top score of 23. List A, he fares slightly better. Oh, Ali has a little fiddle at that one. List A, he fares slightly better. He averages 6.07 from 123 matches. He scored in 123 matches. Total aggregate of runs, Rita.
600?
85.
Oh.
top score at
You can tell
13.
what about my maths was there as well.
Saw him play when I was a child, and he was later superseded by Kevin Jarvis, but Norman Graham was the original Kent number 11. Again, Ali has a little flirt with that one. I was there yesterday, but unable to make it today. Keep up the excellent commentary. Thanks, David. Thanks for your email. Keep them coming in to bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Rita, who was your number 11 of number 11s?
Well, there's one man that springs to mind immediately, and that is a legend.
Yeah, go on.
That is Devon Malcolm. So it probably shows my age here.
No.
And I did check out his average test.
Price in. Ali pushes that to mid-on. Go on.
6.05 was his average with the bat. He was just brilliant to watch at number 11. I've always found that he was, he was, you know, so aggressive and fast and everything you want from a great fast bowler.
Yeah.
But with the bat, slightly different. It was basically payback from the opposition. And I just love watching him.
I'll never forget 95 against South Africa, where he was bounced by, I think, Fani de Villiers, and I can't remember who else, maybe Brian McMillan, and he might have or might not have said, "You guys are history," and then proceeded to take 9 for 57. Tom Smith just walking out there in front of us as Tom Price comes in, and that's pushed back, no run. Tom Smith, from Sussex down the road, originally from Eastbourne College, now on the Gloucestershire coaching side. I think he's still involved in white ball cricket, isn't he, or is he retired now? T20. He's retired from List A, but he's integral to that Gloucestershire side that won the Vitality Blast last year. And what a lovely man. Been through a lot in his life, Tom. As Ali again pokes at that one, doesn't make any contact, and the ball goes through to James Bracey. Only over 343 for 8. Yeah, Tom's been through a lot, and he's a lovely man, and he's also an ambassador for a charity that's helped him a lot with, the passing of his first wife, called Grief Encounter, and Tom deserves the very, very best, and he's one of the good guys in cricket. Right, Ben Charlesworth is going off the pitch. So we've got 2 12thers on now after March and DeLunger went off earlier. We've got Dominic Goodman's already on the pitch, but we've got the Cornish lad, Joe Phillips. That will make Sam Actor laugh in the dressing room. He's a good player, Joe Phillips.
A new over starts. Compton on strike, the Centurion in. This one's driven into the offside. Lovely looking stroke. There's a man in the deep, and they go through for a single. So no worries about taking a single off the first ball of the over. There's Compton with trust in his partner there. Kashif now on strike. 3-4-4-4-8. The deficit, what is that? 128. And I was looking on the socials overnight.
So your maths aren't that bad.
Pardon?
Your maths aren't that bad.
Or I can just read.
Oh, yeah. All right.
I think my maths teacher will be horrified with the early start. Yeah, I've decided to stand up as well, because I think that means my maths will get better.
Fair enough.
And also so I can see. But the deficit now 128. I was looking at the socials, and a few Kent supporters were saying, look, get it under 3 figures. Be a cracking day. Next ball, this one's a bumper. And it's trying to be tucked round the corner, trying to be hooked over the shoulder. The Kashif Ali misses that one.
Well,
and through to the keeper.
I think Gloucestershire will try and set something up here. What they set up is a different matter, and how quickly they can set something up, I think, is, the sort of defining sort of subplot of today. Mm-hmm. Say Kent finish up 100 odd behind. Gloucestershire then go and try and thrash the ball around quickly.
Matt Taylor in, full of delivery and driven. And there's runs here. They take one. Do they go back for the second? No, they say no to that. Nice looking stroke down the slope from Kashif Ali. Just got his back to it, leant into that. Make sure his head was really in line with the ball. Nice stroke. One more to the total. 3-4-5 for 8.
That slope, you went out there last week.
Oh yes, I did.
What is it?
I didn't do,
what?
what I did as a child, and you sort of roll down the hill. It wasn't quite that pronounced, but
What?
it's a 12-foot slope here at Canterbury, which is more than Lord's. So everyone bangs on about the slope at Lord's, but it's bigger here. Compton on strike. Taylor in, full delivery and wide, and nicely driven as well into the offside. That is Compton's signature stroke. And they take a single, one more to the total, so the deficit now 126.
Well, in Gloucestershire, they have that cheese rolling down the hill.
What an event that is. Have you ever seen it?
Yeah, our
Right,
colleague
amazing.
Ian Randall down at Bristol takes part in it every year.
Does he?
No, he doesn't.
Oh.
No, he doesn't. Ian's in his 60s now.
Brave
But people
soul.
come out of that with broken collarbones. They chase a wheel of cheese
That's
down
right.
the hill, don't they? And the first one down to the bottom gets the cheese. To make them recover from a broken neck, But it's absolute madness.
You've got to be brave there, and you've got to be brave here as well. Lots of fields in for Cachiavelli. Oh, and he tucks it around the corner, but just evades the sort of fly slip they've got in place, as well as fine leg. And guess what? 350 is up for Kent. Great partnership here building, really, between Compton and Cachiavelli, which will really frustrate Gloucestershire. They put a plan in place there, put the ball down the leg side to Cachiavelli, who's got his long sleeves on here. He took on the challenge, just got a glove on it and evaded the two fielders, and more to the total. So what will Taylor bowl now from the pavilion end? We've got two slips. Fly slip as well. Here comes Taylor, in, and a bumper. Oh, not massively convincingly played there by Cachiavelli. With one hand just prods it to the short leg fielder, but survives, and Compton will start the fresh new over. Deficit now 122, 350 for 8. Kent.
So this is my scenario, the way I see this game. So Kent finish up roughly 100 odd behind Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire then back quickly. Back positively and look to set Kent a target. What they set them, I think they'll probably set them something like 380. Maybe they might bat into tomorrow morning, but in 2.5 sessions tomorrow. And I think it's game on. We saw against Middlesex last week.
Indeed.
That at lunch, Middlesex were all out on the stroke of lunch, so Kent chased 316 in 2 sessions.
Easily.
Yeah. So it's game on. It's game on here. It's what is set up and how quickly. Anyway, here's Tom Price to Ben Compton. As that's uppish, but pierces the extra cover gap. Ollie Price is going to come round in front of where the old lime tree used to be situated. He'd have run right into the tree there, right into the trunk, wouldn't he?
Oh, it was marvellous, that tree.
Yeah.
I grew up round here, as you know.
Yeah.
I used to spend many a day sitting here watching cricket and playing a bit as well. I never played here, but elsewhere around here. And that tree was something else. But
That's its
we
clone
have to move
over
on,
there.
don't
That's
we?
its clone over there
Yeah,
as well,
indeed.
isn't it?
Yeah. Just off the pitch.
Price into Compton. Thinks about one and calls Cachiavelli through eventually. Cashie's running. We saw last week he was run out by Zafar Gohar, once of the Gloucestershire parish, and it leaves something to be desired, doesn't it?
Yeah, talking of Cachiavelli with the bat, I believe from my research that one test match that he played in, Pakistani, cricketer of course, he got a diamond duck.
Did he really?
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, can you verify that for me, if you don't mind? But I believe so. So he's done great today, 7 from 30 odd deliveries, and really playing a part here for the Kent innings, really. Good partnership.
Right, we've got silly mid on now. Miles Hammond looks like he's the man.
Verified by Ed. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I've been out to a diamond duck once before. Let me tell you, it's awful.
Tom Price, short. Ali pushes that one backward of point where Dominic Goodman is doing the fielding. Yeah, he's from Chesham originally, Dominic Goodman, but got a scholarship to Clifton College in Bristol. Edgar Bassett. Good morning to you, Edgar. He's dropped us an email. He would personally love to watch Ian Randall chasing cheese down a massive hill. Seaborn is shaking his head in the next box to us here.
It is a brilliant event, though. If you ever want to go and watch something absolutely bonkers, great entertainment. You can barely stand up on the slope, let alone run down it. Absolute kudos to those that take part. Amazing.
Price. Compton defends. We've had an email in from BRPE, Kingston P99. I don't know the name. I'm sure his name's not Brr. But he said, over the years, Kent have had their fair share of proper number 11 bats. Kevin Jarvis often unfairly singled out, I think. Norman Graham, already mentioned. The late, great Alan Eggleston. God rest his soul. England's 17th choice bowling option, according to Mickey Stewart. Charlie Shrek, he's up there. Another Cornish lad like Joe Phillips, who's in this game. Oh, Compton goes pulling and doesn't connect. Slightly slower ball from Tom Price. Foxes him there. Alan Gear-Sherriar, he needs a mention. He should also be in the reckoning. And more recently, Charlie Hartley's career as a bunny, sadly cut short. And for a while, Nathan Gilchrist held the record of consecutive ducks in county cricket. We mentioned that yesterday, which I think was the catalyst for all this talk. He got 6 in a row. Well batted Compo, by the way, and well bowled Gloucestershire yesterday. Looked much more threatening than I expected. Well, yeah, it's a good game of cricket we got on our hands here. Really good game. Just a little field change going on here. Miles Hammond is continuing to wear the helmet even though he's at extra cover. Price to Compton. Compton gives himself a bit of room and tries to go over the top of extra but doesn't connect. And the over will finish on 354 for 8. Compton's on 166. Cashy Valley on 8. And you're listening to Dan Whiting, Rita Green and Ed Seaborn. Matthew Lee has asked about Gloucestershire's Vitality Blast successful campaign last year. And what was the best T20 game? Well, there were a lot. The semi-final and the final were all a little bit one-sided for Gloucestershire. But I would say the quarter-final at Warwickshire, we'll ask Ed Seaborn when he comes on that question as well. The quarter-final win at Warwickshire, but for me, I think the 2 Somerset games, beating Somerset in Bristol in front of a full house was special, with Ollie Price and Ben Charlesworth being excellent.
Matt Taylor continues from the pavilion end, but abort mission on the first ball. Just didn't feel right, and that's exactly the right thing to do. Start again, go back to your mark. But we got the field in, definitely, for Cashy Valley, who's on 8 from 31 deliveries, really playing his role here. But he's got a fresh new over to face. We got we've got 2 slips, fly slip as well. Here comes Matt Taylor in with 36 on his back. Full delivery, driven, but straight to mid-off. And there's no run. Lights are on here, by the way.
Yeah, they are.
It is brighter than when I drove in this morning. It was really gloomy.
I don't think you need the lights on. I think, you know,
save your money.
Yeah. We'll have Greta Thunberg onto us soon, won't we?
Yeah, gosh. The energy bills nowadays. Matt Taylor going round the wicket now to Cashy Valley. Well defended, back foot, just got onto his toes there, Ali. Push to point, and there's no run.
Rachel, I've got a question for you. Why do energy companies put adverts on TV? Because, you know, you see an advert for an energy company, you don't think, oh, I know, I'm going to go and switch the lights on.
Well, I'm going to give you a really boring answer. I think it's because there's choice nowadays.
Right,
because, you know, if you go to comparison websites, and if you know the name of the other companies, then you're more likely to trust them. I'm not sure about energy companies, but they tend to use like animals and dogs and cats to make you sort of it fluffy and, you know, trust them, etc. I'm no expert in marketing. Here comes Matt Taylor, who comes into Ali and hand comes off the bat there. Felt slightly uncomfortable.
Talking of wildlife, you know Cameron Bancroft would be a squirrel if he was an animal. Cameron Green, sorry, would be a squirrel if he was an animal.
Why is that?
No relation of yours, Cameron.
No,
you haven't got a brother called Cameron.
No, I haven't. No. And he's infinitely taller than me, so I think genetically he's. In fact, I bumped into Cameron Green this morning. Well, not literally, but I said hello, and he did have to crouch down quite far for my really cheesy selfie. What a nice guy.
He's a lovely guy.
Taylor in short delivery down leg side. No nick on that one, and plenty of fielders with their hands on their heads. How on earth did Kashif Ali miss that one?
He can't resist it though, can he? He just
but fair play here. He hasn't changed his game this morning at all. He's going for it.
No.
He knows that Kent needs some runs. There's a deficit in place. Granted, he's living slightly dangerously, but credit where it's due, and the fielders are sticking with their plan.
He sees the short ball and he's salivating, isn't he? He's like Pavlov's dog.
What will the next delivery be? So far, no runs off this over. Full delivery. Oh, and straight into short leg. And they go and check on the fielder. He's got shin pads on, I think. Oh, and
yes, Miles Hammond, he's all right.
There's a bit of a fist pump between the batter and the fielder. And you've got to be brave, haven't you, to field there. They would have thumped into his legs, but fielder seems okay.
Yeah, he's all right. We noticed Miles Hammond wearing glasses yesterday. Ed Seaborn and I hadn't seen that, but I spoke to Miles this morning, and he said he's been wearing them since 2021, but hasn't really worn them on a cricket pitch, but he just wants to get away from contact lenses a little bit.
Last ball of the over. Onto his toes with Kashif Ali. Defended, and well done. In terms of Kashif Ali, he survived, but a maiden over from Taylor, who really asked some questions there of the batter. Down the leg side, getting it full, shorter deliveries, really mixing it up. And Gloucestershire really probing for their next wicket, but no joy in the wicket column there. I'm Rita Green, alongside Dan Whiting. Please do get in touch. The email address is bbckentcricket@gmail.com. We'd like to hear from you on your favourite, if that's the right term, number 11. If you are a number 11 yourself, and you're proud of it.
Yeah.
I know plenty of my mates who were like, yep, put me in 11, please, Skip. Don't want to be any higher than that. Fine, no problem. But you've got to play a role. If you've got four to get off the last delivery, for instance, I'm expecting you to hit the boundary. That's what I say back to them.
But number 11s have evolved, haven't they? I mean, you know, I've seen some really bad ones at club level. I've seen one given out LBW hit on the calf, having turned his back on the ball.
Yeah, indeed.
Josh Shaw has come into the attack. Oh, that's a good delivery first up. Surprises Compton. Little bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, the former Yorkshireman.
Hammond has still got the helmet on, even though he's at quite a deep mid-on.
But sometimes it's easy just to keep it on, isn't it? I'm not sure it's for protection there, but it's easy to keep it on rather than the keeper having to faff around with putting it behind him. But it does look funny, doesn't it?
I reckon he's about 20 yards behind the stumps at the non-striker's end, and he's got the helmet on. As Shaw comes in, and again, a little bit of extra bounce. Good bowling by the Wakefield Wizard.
Lovely delivery. Missed out there as well, Compton. It was short and wide, and he loves it out there. Really elegant to watch, is Ben Compton.
He does, but he's got a deep wide mid-off. He's got Ollie Price out at deep cover point on the boundary. Dominic Goodman's at deep backward point, and Matt Taylor's down at third. So he's got to give it some to get it past that lot, as he's trying to manufacture a shot there and trying to work a ball way outside off stump into the onside, but only picks out the helmeted Miles Hammond at quite a deep mid-on.
And sometimes as you can see here, you start to play slightly strange shots, don't you, when you've got a batter at the other end you're trying to protect from being on strike. But Compton knows what he needs to do here. He needs to get a run and get to the other end.
That's tickled
There
off
it
the
is.
legs. And that has gone out to Graham Van Buren out on the boundary. Trey Bon has been in touch. That's just a single. Trey Bon, well beloved. Good morning and Easter greetings. Oh, good morning.
Easter.
I missed some of the comms yesterday, so unaware if Matt Quinn got a mention for our number 11s. He doesn't take guard and just tees off.
Oh, love it.
All he is missing is a cravat, and he could pass the World War II fighter pilot. Could see him running into a hurricane at Biggin Hill with his unique running style. Hopefully we'll see him back soon. As for cheese rolling, yeah, lovely. I'm just about to do a cricket update. Well, a very good morning here from Canterbury. As Kent lost an early wicket, but they've done okay since. Ben Compton overnight on 144. He's gone through the 150 barrier. He's on 167, and he's been accompanied by the overseas Pakistani Kashif Ali, who's currently on 8. Bit of cat and mouse going on here with the Gloucestershire field being spread for Compton but in for Kashif Ali. So Kent are currently 355 for 8. Meanwhile, down at good old Sussex by the Sea, the batters seem to be in the ascendancy as Surrey are currently on 125 for 1. And remember, you can get ball-by-ball commentary of both these games, which are available via the BBC app and the BBC website. Lovely, I'm back in the world of living. I'm going to get Ed Seaborn in a minute, but just to finish off from Trebon, he said, as for cheese rolling, you need to consider gut barging and shin kicking. You can keep the cheese rolling in the Shire. We eat cheese in Kent. Well, I think they eat cheese in Gloucestershire as well, a bit of double Gloucester.
Well, you win it, don't you?
You win the
cheese
cheese,
roll.
you win the cheese. Anyway, I'm going to hand over to Ed Seaborn, and we're going to hear now from Rita Green as Ollie Price comes into the attack.
Thank you, Dan. And it's lovely to be here. Kent against Gloucestershire in this Division 2 match in the County Championships here in Canterbury. The lights are on, but actually it's far less gloomy than it was first thing this morning when I arrived. As I arrived, Cam Green coming in with 2 of his mates from Gloucestershire, as well as a number of the other Gloucestershire players who were in fine form. I did have a bag of sweets, chocolates, of course, being Easter, and dished out a few of them. I hope they're allowed. I'm sort of dissing it. Hopefully that was okay. Fresh new over, and this one's cut into the offside really nicely by Ben Compton. Took it from the leg side into the offside where there was a nice little gap and goes through for a single first ball of the over. So he's confident in his partner, Kashif Ali, and the partnership is building. It's over 20 now, way over 20. And I can welcome back Ed Seaborn. Hi, Ed.
Hi, Rita. It's lovely to be back with you. It's been quite some time, I think, actually, since we were on together. It was, I think, even in the first block last season at Bristol, wasn't it?
I believe so. It's been a while. It was with you and Kevin Hand. What a delight that was. Next ball. Bit of spin, by the way, from Price. And he's getting a little bit of turn. You know, this ball is a little, well, it's not really that old, quite frankly, to get a spinner on. I don't know. Tell me if this is a standard Gloucestershire move. But here comes Price into Ali. Defends this one. And there's no run.
Well, unfortunately, they would love still to have seam bowling, but if they were going to go to a seamer now, it would have to be Ben Charlesworth because Marchant de Lange is not available.
Next ball in. Nice flight on this one. Very flighted delivery. Very flighted? Full flighted delivery. And there's no run. Really tempting in Kashif Ali, who's been very watchful so far, apart from anything down leg, and he's going for it. Next ball. The fielders come in. Oh, beaten. Well, Kashif Ali would say that I had my bat well and truly behind the pad there, no problem. And they put the fielders out, so mid on and mid off, sent back. Not that far back, quite frankly. They're tempting tempting the batter to take a single off the last ball. Very wide, very full, and wants none of that, and quite rightly. That was not the delivery I think that Price was after, but nonetheless, the over is over. 114 is the deficit, 358 for 8 is the total. This is annoying for Gloucestershire, isn't it? I'm sure they would have hoped to have Kent out by now.
Yes, well, definitely, and doubly so because they had the opportunity to remove Ben Compton after he'd only added, I think it was, I'll double check, but I think it was 4 to his overnight score, and that really could have sent the rest catapulting and have Gloucestershire, or actually quite well underway in their second innings at this point. But the more aggressive Gloucestershire have to be in setting up a game, as you've been talking about with Dan, the more that brings the Kent victory into focus as Shaw bowls and beats the edge of Compton. There's still just a little bit of bounce there off a full length, and we've seen a couple keep low. We've seen some just pop a little bit and hop over the outside edge this morning, but it so far hasn't produced the sort of quick fire set of breakthroughs that Gloucestershire would have been after. And the other thing when discussing what sort of a game Gloucestershire want to set up, as Shaw bowls, Compton flicks away down to fine leg, and there will be just a single there, 359 for 8. The other thing to take into account is the fact that they will not have, possibly, we don't know, but possibly will not have Marchant de Lange for the second innings as well.
Wow.
So, you know, I mean, we don't know. All we know is that he's gone off with clearly some sort of tightness in maybe the quad, but that's all we know at this point. But that has to factor in the fact that Gloucestershire are missing one of their premier fast bowlers and would be defending a score as Shaw is in, and Kashifali pushes this one down the ground. Shaw can't quite get there, but Van Buren can come across from mid-off and field. But, you know, how much are you comfortable with on this pitch, and then how many more do you have to add on the fact that Gloucestershire would be going in with the 3 frontline seamers? Ben Charlesworth, of course, he took 2 in 2 yesterday, but at the same time he's not been used so far this morning, and Ollie Price as a spin option. Ollie Price has bowled beautifully. He's still going at under 2 and over. As Shaw bowls, hand off the bat there from Kashifali, alert running from Compton because there's no fielder at short leg. Hammond in short straight mid-on.
I'm surprised there's no short leg. Sorry to dive in there, Ed, but
Yeah.
after short leg has been a presence there for the last few overs to Kashifali. But there we go. Single nonetheless.
Yeah, 360 for 8, and the score just continues to tick up, and they're doing it in a rather different fashion from how Gloucestershire did it, but Gloucestershire with that 10th wicket partnership between Marchant de Lange and James Bracey, taking the score from 385 for 9 to 472. So Kent looking to do something similar here. Shaw round the wicket into Compton, who cuts away. There'll be 1 run out to the sweeper at deep cover. That's Tom Price, and it's 361 for 8. But, you know, I felt really if Kent could, even if it's only just in double figures, if Kent could just get it down to that sort of level, it makes Gloucestershire's life really hard, because, you know, they are going to be wanting a victory. Haven't got one yet this season, and they've been in pole position pretty much since the early stages of this match, since they were 15 for 2, 41 for 3. Shaw in, and Kashifali is looking pretty comfortable now, it has to be said, just even opening the face and nurdling the ball exactly where he wants, out to deep backward point, and happy to keep the strike as well with the spinner on for the next over. 362 for 8, and 110 runs behind now Kent. But Gloucestershire are going to have to bat, probably, unless they're rattling along, they're going to have to bat the rest of the day, I'd imagine. And arguably, they may even think we've got to bat a little bit into tomorrow as well, especially with this de Lange consideration. But, you know, this is as much as the runs being taken out of the game, the fact that an hour and a quarter has been taken out, that's important. And it's not just about Kent saving the game, it's about them winning it as well. It's an odd thing, isn't it? They're using up time, but they're actually using up Gloucestershire's time, almost not theirs.
Absolutely. All permutations are very much a possibility. Ollie Price starts to freshen you over. Short, wide, tempter there for Cashivalli. I would have loved to cut that into the offside, but Cashivalli did the right thing there.
Well, it's how he got Grant Stewart, actually, last ball of the day last night with a wide one.
And how disappointing for Kent fans last night, but it was a tempter. Ollie Price in. This one's defended, but big thick edge, and they go for a quick single, and an easy single in the end.
Well, I don't
Wasn't
think that should have been a run, really.
No, you're right. It's slightly slow to get to it, the fielder, but there we go. With a thick edge there, that's even more annoying, isn't it? When you got your tail ender on strike, keep him there, keep the fielders in, chaps, and then a thick edge and go through for a single. But Compton's back on strike, the left-handed batter who's been there from the very start. Price in. Oh, and down the track is Compton, very nicely played, almost like a one-day shot there. Down to long on, lovely stroke there. And there is one more to the total. I'm basically a geek, as you know, Ed.
Well, I think we all are, aren't we, who sit
I'm
here?
in good company. 364 for 8.
Even the professional cricketers who come into the box, they're geeks as well.
Oh, good. Oh, beaten is Cashivalli. And all the fielders just groan there, past the outside edge through to the keeper. Beautifully bowled there from Ollie Price. But survives as Cashivalli. What does he do next? Does he float this one up? I would. If I was bowling this one, float it up and see what happens. Nope, it's a bit quicker delivery. And Cashivalli defends and there's no run. What was I talking about? My geekiness? I can't even remember why now. But I'll come back to it. I'll come back to my mind in a few moments. Rita Green here, by the way, alongside Ed Seaborn, who's magnificent. 2 slips down. Ollie Price in. It's tucked into the onside and there's no run. You could have just tucked that a little bit squarer for the single, but you didn't want a single because that's the end of the over and Compton will be back on strike. I will remember why I'm so geeky, but there we go. Compton back on strike, 171 of 286 deliveries. Ben Compton has been there since the beginning of time, it feels like. Thursday morning, he's been out there.
Yeah,
with
he hasn't left the field in the match so far.
Indeed, and I saw him last Sunday as well, hitting a ton as well. So it really does feel like he's been there a huge, long time. And he really is I think, the more traditional opener that that from days gone by, before, the Bazball era for sure. But what a job he's doing.
I did notice the question being floated on social media as Shaw is in to Compton, who defends away. I noticed the question being asked, is Zach Crawley still your opener for the first test of the summer? If not, who is? And certainly Ben Compton was getting a few mentions in that conversation, with Zach Crawley having made 1 here and Ben Compton 171 not out, I'm sure. Well, obviously he hadn't quite got 171 at that point, but he'd been 144 not out overnight, so that was presumably quite fresh in people's minds. Short round the wicket bowls, and this is nudged down to deep third by Compton for a single, and 365 for 8. But to go back to this game, and Compton, with this partnership, he's finally getting what he really needed. And, well, I'll rephrase that. He got it from Finch and Stewart in a way, but they were scoring quite quickly. All Compton's needed is somebody just to be there at the crease with him, because apart from that one opportunity early this morning, it hasn't particularly looked like getting out. Yes, there was the potential run out backing up early on in his innings as well, but that's rather a different kettle of fish. Shaw runs in. There's 3 slips and a short leg now for Kashif Ali, but he's forward defending. Back to the bowler. But I've completely forgotten my train of thought now as well. Oh dear, we're all doing it.
No, but you're right about having a partnership here and having somebody to
yes,
just play his
that's
natural game. But I think that's a brilliant point, and he's now not having to engineer sort of strange shots. It feels as though he's actually quite trusting of Kashif Ali just to play his part.
And Compton's not thrashing here either, because that's not really his game anyway. He's not going to be somebody that's just going to think, well, that's time to just tee off here. Shaw wide of the crease, bowls, tried to spear it into the stumps, but again, Kashifali is happy in defence. And apart from the odd short ball that he's gone after, he's been really disciplined this innings so far. I mean, yes, he was well, maybe playing and missing, as Dan referred to it, curtain railing early on in his innings, but actually he's known his job and he's really determinedly doing it. 54 balls he's faced. Shaw in again. Oh, that's a good delivery back of a length. He suspected at some point the length would be dragged back with these fuller deliveries, but once again there is no outside edge on it, and not surprised that Kashifali didn't get an outside edge to it, really. It was a fiery delivery which bounced and beat him and went through to the wicket-keeper. Just an update, by the way, from Radlett, where Kent's women have been bowled out for 66 in the end, so the last wicket partnership of 21 is actually the largest partnership, I think, in the innings. Shaw bowls flicked away, just past Hammond, who gave it a bit of a look at short leg, and yeah, he's looking at his helmet. There's a quick second run been taken. Kashifali is back home as the throw comes in from Matt Taylor on the boundary, and well, I don't think that's exactly the way that you check for a concussion, Kashifali. He's patted Miles Hammond on the head.
Yes.
But I think he's all right, but we will need to have a concussion protocol here. 367 for 8 as Kent edge closer and closer to limiting this deficit to double digits, and showing no sign of really looking too perturbed, actually, most of the time out there. And this is really where I hate to harp on about it, but it's where Gloucestershire really do miss De Lange, because you know we've seen it over the years. As English cricket fans, we love Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad, but if there was a weakness of that English attack, even when they were, you know, test number ones, it was so often mopping up the tail. You just so often need that extra little bit of pace. And I'm not saying that Shaw and Taylor, I'm not saying Shaw and Taylor are slow, but there's a different fear factor facing De Lange even than Shaw. And Shaw can bowl it quickly. We saw some speed gun readings the last couple of years. Shaw can get it. You know, if you believe the speed guns, of course, but you'd have thought enough times you can get a sense of it. Shaw can certainly get it up to at least mid-80s, but there's a different. It's in white ball cricket as well, of course. So you know you're bowling fewer deliveries, so you can put more effort into the ones that you do bowl. But even so, despite that, there is that extra fear factor of somebody like De Lange, and that's where you really miss them with these irritating 9th and 10th wicket partnerships so often.
Yeah, just to clear up the tail. And I'm going to be controversial. Was that a potential catch?
Oh, goodness
that
me.
was such a horrible... I know, ladies and gentlemen, I'm neutral here today, so you can have a go at me. But anyway, fresh new over starts, and Price is in. And this one's defended, and there's no run. In the sense that I know it came at him at 1,000,000 miles an hour and at his head. And believe me, I think we'd all want to be protected by that helmet. But yeah, they either stick or they don't. Ollie Price in. Floated delivery, and he's gone for this one, and it's in the air, and it's gone all the way for 6. Absolutely middle that one. There was a man in the deep, got onto sort of semi-one leg, and pulled it into the onside and onto the mound area. Now, last weekend, the ball went flying in that direction, and they never got the ball back, so keep an eye on if we need another ball, a replacement ball. But, yeah, 6 more to total. That will really annoy Gloucestershire. And now the deficit is 100. And Kashif Ali, the Pakistani cricketer, 20 from 58. His eyes just lit up there. Yes, I'm going to go for it. Meat and drink. He's thinking, yes, of course. If you put it there, I'll hit it for 6. And that, indeed, he did. Ollie Price in. This one's turned into the offside, and there's no run. But I think you raise some really good points here about the way... Oh, hi, Dan. Oh, sorry. I just nudged into Dan accidentally there and didn't see him there. Anyway, in terms of the role that Kashif Ali is playing, Ollie Price floats this one up and nicely defended by the Pakistani cricketer. 30 years old nowadays. His debut season, and with Kent until the 26th of May. So we want to make an impact for Kent here in Canterbury, especially with the home crowd. This one's turned in. Nice floated delivery. Bit of turn there for Ollie Price. I really like his action, the way he really spins round on that front foot.
Yeah, he does look
really
to
nice.
give it a rip. I mean, his off spin, I'm sure he would say the same. He's still developing as a more front line off spinner, but he does look to give it a tweak.
And he's got a bit of variation as well. You've got speed, you've got flight. Obviously, they're the arms, the things in your armoury as such. And this one's turned into the offside to the point region. There's a man in the rather deep point. They go through for a single. In fact, take a single.
Yeah, he's farming the strike now. They just slog sweep 6 and he's farming the strike.
I mean, it was more of a slog sweep, you're right. Maybe I was talking about it more elegantly, that stroke. But end of the over. And Ollie Price is wicketless in terms of his spell so far today. But he has picked up a wicket so far. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Oh, yes, no, you're right.
Pretty sure.
It was the last ball of yesterday evening. They got rid of
that's right,
Grant Stewart.
And Grant Stewart, I mean... It was there to be cut, in my opinion.
Yes.
I think as a batter, bat a fair bit myself, and it's there to be hit. But at that time of the day, just a tiny bit of miscalculation of your bat coming through.
Yeah, and I think it was almost just the thought of, I shouldn't really be going at this, but I want to go at it, that caused the slight tentativeness in the shot. Shaw bowling to Kashifali, who drops that one back down the pitch. And there's a way that fast bowlers so often have after they've played a defensive shot, sort of a lean back and then the arms swing very languidly down by their sides, and the way that a top order bat tends to like to keep everything sort of more compact and rigid, whereas the fast bowlers, like I've seen off that delivery, that's great. I've done that
Easy.
now. Yeah. I'll go through some County Championship scores in a moment as well, as Shaw is in leading edge. It's going to be safe. It's wide of Matt Taylor at mid-off. More frustration for Gloucestershire. And the more this goes on, the more, not even half opportunities. We had the ball that hit Hammond at short leg in the helmet. We've now had a leading edge. He was looking to turn it into the leg side. And it looped up to where an extra cover would have been, but they had a cover and a mid-off. 1 run taken, 374 for 8. I mean, you can't have them everywhere. I'm not criticising Gloucestershire for not having an extra cover. I mean, you just don't know where that ball's going to go. But adding to the feeling for Gloucestershire that this is not going their way and that it's getting away from them. Round the wicket, Shaw into Compton, who steers that one down to deep third. He's just continuing to play his game here, ticking up through the 170s now, 173. Elsewhere in this division, Northamptonshire 314 for 4 against Derbyshire, so they're at 7 runs into the lead. Luke Proctor is 139 not out, so there's another serious stint from him, having opened the batting. Ricardo Vasconcelos made 82 and a half century for Rob Keogh as well, so Northamptonshire bossing that game at Derby. 2 slips gully, silly mid-on. Shaw bowls, tickled fine by Kashifali. Nobody's getting that. Goodman, the substitute fielder, at long leg, but he's glanced it too fine for him. And well, there's whisperings of that career best. I mentioned 36, his first class best. He's on to 26 now with that 4, and it's 379 for 8.
Yeah, nice little tickle round the corner. And just lent into that stroke. For young cricketers out there, that's all you need to do. You just need to lean it and deflect the ball down leg slide. And with this 12-foot slope, that was meat and drink and over the boundary rope. Yeah,
and no leg slip in place now either, so plenty of room to manoeuvre, as it were, as that's let go by Kashifali through to the keeper. Lancashire 263 all out. Leicestershire going well at 194 for 3. Rehan Ahmed reached a century, 100 exactly, in his new position opening the batting with the injury to Rishi Patel. And Rehan Ahmed is really seemingly taking to this new position opening the batting. 149 balls, so it wasn't all crash bang wallop as it can be sometimes with Rehan Ahmed. So yeah, exciting for Leicestershire. In and bowls Shaw, and then definitely playing inside the line this time is Kashifali, and another over goes by. We've had 19 overs with this new ball, and still Gloucestershire just the 1 wicket. Matt Taylor nicking off Jas Singh for 5. As far as the other score I've mentioned in Division 2, Middlesex continuing to build a commanding lead against Glamorgan at Lords. The Middlesex are 452 for 9 in reply to Glamorgan's 199. So Glamorgan have almost got off the field. Ben Kellaway has taken 4 for 51 and Shoaib Bashir 0 for 85 at Lords. It's another interesting dynamic being played out there. I'll try and get to some Division 1 scores, but we won't have a great deal of time because Graham van Buren is coming on to bowl and he gets through his overs rapidly.
Right, I better talk fast then. Van Buren in. And Compton skips down the wicket, tries to make things happen, and there's no run. Yeah, from the pavilion end, Van Buren, he doesn't muck about, does he? And actually, Compton's doing the right thing, which I tend to do. Just slow the bowler down, take your time, in once again. No spin at all on this one, but the speed and the accuracy, I think, of Van Buren is going to give Compton something different to think about here. I love this. This sort of little mini battle going in, Van Buren in, and this is Compton coming down the wicket. He is clearly wanting to make sure he can get off strike, but I think there's a sense of, I just want to get to the other end. I want to get my mate Kashif Ali, who's looking like he's invincible at the moment, at the other end. Van Buren in. This one's shorter and wider and straight to point, and there's no run. He'll be frustrated there, Compton. That's meat and drink usually. He's
played quite a few of those late little dabs off the spinners in this innings.
But it's up the hill a little bit, so there we go. Van Buren past the umpire, in. Floated delivery and absolutely clubbed. But really doesn't go very fast, but does go to long on. And there's one more to the total. By the way, if you're just joining us, 380 for 8 is the scoreline for Kent. They started today on 318 for 7, and Compton was dropped just 7 minutes after the start of play off Cam Green, who are probably still thinking about that drop catch. Here's Kashif Ali on strike. Floated up. Nice drift. Nice bit of turn there. And guess what? End of the over. The fastest over of the day so far, I think, Ed. And I'm going to leave you in peace for now, and Dan Whiting will replace me. See you later, Ed.
Thanks so much, Rita Green. It's always a great pleasure to be alongside you. So, Division 1 scores. Let's have a look at what's going on there. Durham 347 for 4 now against Yorkshire, but leading by 40 already. Alex Lees was dismissed for 172. But Emilio Gay is 147 not out for Durham. Essex, well, they are also building what looks to be a pretty useful position against Worcestershire at Chelmsford. Paul Walter made 100 there, but runs for Noah Thane, Simon Harmer and Shane Snater this morning have seen Essex up to 303 for 8, so setting Worcestershire potentially 300 to win. You would have to back that Essex attack even sans Sam Cook. Hampshire 279 for 6, the Utilita Bowl against Somerset. That's a lead of 95 runs. There, half centuries for Nick Gubbins and Liam Dawson. Ben Charlesworth into the attack. Gloucestershire trying everything for this 9th wicket, but the first ball is clipped away nonchalantly out to deep mid-wicket for a single. And the 50 partnership comes up between Compton and Kashif Ali, and Kashif Ali's now scored more in this partnership than Ben Compton has. But what a partnership it has been again for Kent. Gloucestershire in such a strong position in this innings, where they had Kent at 198 for 6, staring down the barrel of a follow-on. But Grant Stewart, Harry Finch, they'd done some work previously. And now these two are seeing Kent into a position where they're making life very tricky for Gloucestershire. Charlesworth in and bowling to Kashif Ali, who's defending up to mid-off. Surrey 154 for 1 on what looks like another road, judging by the scores, at Hove, having played on a pretty flat one at Chelmsford in round 1. Surrey as well. 154 for 1. Sibley 59 not out. Pope 61 not out, and they still trail Sussex considerably, though, 4.35 Sussex in their first innings. This is push driven by Cache Valley to mid-off. There is no run. And at Edgbaston, Warwickshire bowled out for 93 on a rain-shortened day 1 and I think day 2 as well. 5 wickets apiece for Brett Hutton and Fergus O'Neill. But Nottinghamshire, well, 259 for 6, already a lead of 166. And Hasib Hamid seems to be a theme in this round of openers going big. He's 97 not out. This is fended off into the onside by Cache Valley, but there's no short leg. Ball fielded out at mid-wicket. Hamid 97 not out, having opened the batting. And that's your County Championship roundup. One other score in the Metro Bank One Day Cup Women's League 2 action. Northamptonshire 155 for 3 against Leicestershire. Charlesworth bowls and a drive which will go out to point, and there is no run. And brief update on Radlett. Kent fans, cover your ears. Kent bowled out for 66 and Middlesex 14 without loss. Dan Whiting back alongside me.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, Ed. And yeah, not going so well. Gayatri goal, 6 for 30 for Middlesex in that game.
Charlesworth trots in and bowls and punched away into the covers, and Cache Valley's pinched the strike again, although there could be a run out at the non-striker's end. He was dawdling a little bit there, and Miles Hammond almost caught him napping, but the throw misses the stumps. It's well backed up by Graham van Buren. And 27 now to Cache Valley, 382 for 8. The deficit now only 90.
Yeah, Gayatri Gola, who's known as Lulu. I think it's the Kent women who really want to shout. I'll get my coat. I'm off. I'm out of here. I'm sacked. Andrew Harrison's been in touch. There's 3 number 11s to come. He's looking forward to an inventive metaphor to describe the Kent tail. Well, I would, like with 3 number 11s, I would say a tail longer than a diplodocus.
I thought you might go for that one,
but Cache Valley, I don't think is sort of, you know, the Kent tail is wagging, isn't it? It's like my old Labrador when I used to put his food out. You know, it's wagging forcibly. Here's Graham van Buren from the pavilion end, bowling to Cache Valley, who pushes that back. Our number 11's Kevin Jarvis gets another mention. Poor old Kevin. Again, just pushed back. It's a bit of... We're in flux here, aren't we? We're in that sort of strange time in a game. Who's going to blink first, Kent or Gloucestershire? As Cache Valley pushes Graham van Buren back. Again, no run. 382 for 8. Compton 175. Past his previous best in the UK of 166. As that's again just pushed back. Got 200 in South Africa, I believe. But over here in the UK, 166 was his previous best. So well batted, Ben Compton. Cache Valley, I think his previous score's 36, his previous highest. As he crashes that through the covers, but a good sprawling stop there from Tom Price. And he goes out to deep cover. Van Buren left alone by Cache. If you could see his eyes light up, it was like the old Tom and Jerry there, wasn't it?
A bit of turn and bounce as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
he wants to smash it, doesn't he?
For Gloucestershire, they're going to need to be seeing something like that, because spin may well have to play a significant part of things if they are going to defend some sort of a score.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Gloucestershire, sort of how much they want to set something up with Marshawn Delana.
Exactly, yeah.
You know, Willie Bowl in the second innings. You know, there's a lot of ifs and buts, aren't there?
Yeah. And who knows, Kent may make life easy for them by bowling them out anyway. Ben Charlesworth to Compton, and he steers this one past the solitary slip. It's a bit of a fumble from Goodman down at deep third, but I think they were coming back for a second run anyway. 177 for Compton, 384 for 8.
Yeah, he did well to get round there, actually, Goodman. He's got long legs, though, hasn't he? Dummy long legs.
Gosh, I noticed, looking back at some of Cache Valley's recent batting scores, and Rita mentioned the Diamond Duck in his first Test innings.
Yeah.
It was. Charlesworth bowls, and Compton skews this one up towards mid-off. I think he was looking to clip that one through mid-wicket, but it ends up either off the open face of the bat or the leading edge going up to that fielder. But they've come through for one again, 385 for 8. So he had a run of 3 consecutive first-class games where he had the Diamond Duck. He scored 1 in the second innings at Multan, so he has got a Test run. But then in back-to-back games for the magnificent Suez Northern Gas Pipeline Limited,
Yeah.
as in goes Charlesworth, bowls punched into the offside. Compton's come a bit of a way down, but not too far. It's fielded well at cover.
You're a fan of theirs, aren't you?
Oh, magnificent. Well, they're much better than the Suez Southern Gas Pipeline Limited, I think. So he got a pair against the Water and Power Development Authority, which I think is known as WAPDA, if I remember rightly. I think that's what it stands for. And then I'm not actually sure what HEC stands for. That's not a team I know, but he got a pair against them as well. So he's clearly on better form than he was with the bat in Pakistan.
Got a decent attack, HEC.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the Higher Education Commission.
Oh.
Well, if anybody should know how to get him out, it's them. In goes Charlesworth and bowls to Cache Valley, stands tall, punches it to backward point, and there is no run. I also was going to mention, which I forgot to do whilst Rita was on, because we were talking so much about the cheese rolling. But one of the other things, as far as Gloucestershire extraordinary traditions go, I was going to mention the Tetbury Woolsack races.
Go on. I don't know anything about this. So Tetbury's up on near Cheltenham, isn't it, up there?
This is cut away and cut for 4 by Cache Valley. Charlesworth dropping it in short. And Kashif, he was able to free his arms. He's looking really confident here. And just no hesitation in putting that one away to the boundary. 389 for 8.
So hang on a second. They have what? Woolsack? What is it?
Woolsack races. So I knew there was another one of these sorts of races that went on there. So competitors must race up and down the steepest street in the town carrying a full woolsack on their back.
Right.
It's held each year on the Whitsun Bank Holiday Monday. Charlesworth is in. This is guided down to deep third. And once again, Cache Valley's pinched the strike at the end of the over. He's got 32. Kent to 390 for 8. So the race, I'm reading this obviously, as you can tell, but the races take place on Gumstool Hill between 2 public houses, the Royal Oak and the Crown. People can take part either as individuals or as part of a team. The individuals race up the hill. The teams race up and down the hill twice. The men race with a 60-pound woolsack on their backs. Right. Women have 14 kilogram or 30-pound sacks. There are also youth races where boys aged 16 to 18 with a 30-pound sack and a children's class as well. Oh dear. The weight of the children's woolsack is unspecified, but is likely about the same as a pillow.
Oh, that's a good delivery from Van Buren. Angled in and turning away from Cache Valley. A little bit of purchase there for...
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times, haven't we?
Van
And off the
Buren.
straight as well.
Yeah. Oh, that's well bowled. That's just been squeezed out and he scampers through for a single. Yeah, so were we taking part this year, Ed? Are we going to give it a go?
I think I prefer that to the cheese rolling, but
Without
that's
a
not
doubt.
saying much, is it?
I'm all for Woolpack. Carrying a 60-pound Woolpack on my back, but going down a sort of 1 in 10 gradient at full sprint,
Yes.
not really my cup OT. Oh, Compton stumped, Van Buren strikes, moving his feet, on ball, and James Bracey does the rest, and Compton departs for 178. Stump Bracey, bowl Van Buren, And what a fine innings this has been.
Yeah, it's a shame in a way that it ended that way, because Compton had been using his feet a little bit, but he'd just been playing his own game, really, just ticking the board along a little bit. But whether Kent are almost thinking, actually, well, let's get bowling this afternoon a little bit, I don't know. But it was a really, as you say, beautiful bit of bowling from Van Buren. The drift got him as it drifted away from the edge as he came down the pitch. But what a knock from Ben Compton. Once again, he's shown that there is certainly a place in the red ball game for a traditional opener who goes out, successfully negotiates the new ball, and can continue to concentrate and build a long innings that can help guide his team through to a sizable score. Well batted, Ben Compton. He is one of the best on the county circuit. I know that internationally the trend seems to be going away from the sort of opener that you can build an innings around, but Ben Compton has shown his serious value once again to this Kent side, and he has helped this morning to see the deficit reduced now to just 81 runs.
Yeah, fantastic innings, and really good there from Compton. So far his scores this season have been 178, 124 not out, 32, 36 and 12. 382 runs already. Here's Van Buren bowling to number 11, Nathan Gilchrist. I'll come on to a wonderful email we've had from Ian Callaway, talking about number 11s. So that's left alone by Gilchrist. Last ballie over. I thought Van Buren deserved that, though. I think he's bowled well this morning. As that's just pushed out to point. End of the over, 391 for 9. So Ian Callaway has said, at Alcombe Cricket Club, our tale often began at perhaps number 5 in the order. The remaining batters being dyed-in-the-wool number 11s.
Are you available for a fixture? Yeah. Out of interest? No, only big city.
I'm warming up, Ian. I'm warming up, mate. The number 11 of all number 11s, however, was a learned member of the bar. That's legal rather than liqueur. Who proudly wielded a bat raffled by and signed by Phil Tufnell at a Dover Athletic Football Club dinner. The signature, however, sadly failed to see the light of the next day. The lucky winner drinking so much on the night that he vomited on it. As a batter, he knew other strokes than a cross-batted swipe. He once scored 82 courtesy of such, and was only bowled when the opposition put all the fielders on the leg side and he tried to get cute by playing a ball to the off. His other finest moment, I'll come on to it after this ball.
Matt Taylor is back into the attack from the Nackington Road end, round the wicket, bowling to Kashi Valley, who plays down into the ground, 3 runs shy of his career best.
His other finest moment was missing the first 5 balls of the last over with his cross-batted swipe before depositing the 6th over the boundary to win the match. Thanks, Ian from Walmer. Great to hear from you, and what a fantastic email.
So field drops back a little bit now to that first ball, deep square to the boundary, and the ring collapses back a bit as Taylor bowls. This is nudged up to mid-on, and there is no run.
John Boothman said not a Kent player, but he's gone for Monty Panesar as well with a mighty test average of 4.9. But he does also mention that he had that great escape, didn't he, at Cardiff back in 2009?
Indeed. This is the thing with some of these number 11s. They've had, it shows you you can have pretty prominent moments even as a true number 11. I still don't think anything has come close to Nahid Rana so far. Round the wicket goes Taylor, digs one in short. It's ducked by Kashif Ali. And I have to mention him every day, so there's the one for the day. But come on. They were talking about even batters with an average of 3. What was it, 1.7? Rana's first class average.
Yeah.
That is a whole different. I mean, that's the difference, between like I don't know, like a Rahul Dravid and Don Bradman.
Yeah.
That's twice the average.
Yeah.
In goes Taylor Bowles, and this is flicked down to fine leg by Kashif Ali. He'll nudge up to 34. And that will bring Gilchrist into the firing line, 392 for 9.
Seymour has been in touch. I've heard it on the grapevine. Dear Dan, I've heard it on the grapevine that you make a rather good number 11. Is this true? Keep up the great comms. I'll have none of that, Seymour. I'll have absolutely none of that. Thank you very much. Vincent Mazoya. Vincent's listening in from Paris.
That's Paris to you and I, yeah.
Yeah.
In comes Matt Taylor. Bowls to Gilchrist. It's a short ball down the leg side, which he bobs down to, although I think that ball passed him at about thigh height in the end, although it was just down the leg side.
He sort of wiggled his derriere at that one, didn't he? Vincent said, "Hi, hello Dan, Rita and Ed. I'm happy to see Gloss women winning their first game, although the packed schedule means it was difficult to follow both matches at the same time."
I tell you what, though, the great thing that you can do with the YouTube streams is, well, I suppose you have to mute us because we're giving you updates. Doesn't quite work so easily. Taylor bowls, Gilchrist steers this one through point, and he'll get his first run to deep backward point, so he will have the strike at the end of that over, 393 for 9. I mean, you can, if you really want to follow both games, you can replay through the YouTube stream, but then of course if you're listening to us, you will have that being spoiled. So sorry.
Yeah, it's 12:49 now as well, so I don't think Gloucestershire will have that awkward over before lunch.
No, but what they will have is the extra half hour.
Yeah.
So they could be out in the field for a substantial amount of time.
Yeah.
If these two can continue what came before.
Ed and I are getting rather peckish. But Vincent said also, as I'll come on to it after this ball from Graham van Buren. Let's drill back at him. He said, on another note, it took me a few minutes to understand the Reverend Green reference for Rita, until I realised it was about the famous detective board game. As again is defended. For some reason in French, we call him Reverend Olive.
Okay, well, I've got some stuff on that, actually, which will bring me on to in a moment.
Somehow, Mrs. Peacock, I'll come on to this ball. Oh, big shout for LBW, and he's gone. That wraps up the Gloucestershire innings, and Graham van Buren strikes as Nathan Gilchrist departs LBW for a solitary run. And Kent are all out for 393. Kashif Ali, slightly short of his career best. He ends up on 34 not out. And what does that make the lead by? The lead is 79.
Did you think that was out?
Thought it was slightly high and slightly drifting down.
I thought it was going down the leg side, I must say. And if anything, Gilchrist, I suppose, as a number 11, I don't know. I feel that often number 11s are hard done by the umpires because they're expecting them to get out, but also because they start to see the finish line or perhaps the tea or lunch interval come along. I wouldn't level any such criticism at Chris Watts, I'm sure, but I've got to say, we try and give an opinion on a decision. I thought that Gilchrist was actually pretty hard done by there.
Well, I remember an old club umpire who may or may not have had a drink problem, but Wober tied the number 11 in the second innings if it hit his pad and he wanted to get in the bar quickly. So I'm just going to go on to Vincent's email here. Mrs. Peacock became Madame Pervenche, a.k.a. Mrs. Periwinkle. Which I think sounds even better in English.
That's almost Beatrix Potter.
Yeah.
Mrs. Tiggywinkle.
Yeah. Trebon said, now the sun has passed over the yard arm, Horak and I are playing commentary bingo. He just had to see off a large glass of Malbec after the mention of metaphors for number 11. Would be good to develop a collective noun for a group of specialist number 11s. Warren seems to be too low a hanging fruit. Love it. Pip pip. Trey. What do you think, Ed?
Well, I think it's going to be lunch, so that's that's one thing. One thing I was going to mention on Cluedo, though, is that I gather that this is the world gone mad, that he's no longer Reverend Green. He's just Mr. Green in a new update that's been done to the characters, and Mrs. Peacock is now Solicitor Peacock.
Oh.
So these things have changed, and Mrs. White, Chef White.
Ooh.
So everything's changed, but anyway, when it comes to Cluedo with Dan and I, you've certainly got Clueless. I think it's lunchtime.
Yeah, I'm going to continue. I'm going to come on and I've got to do an update in a minute, so you go and grab some lunch. John Maxted's been in touch from New Zealand. Ewan Chatfield needs a mention in our number 11s. I agree. He's not the worst, but he's famous playing that test against England when Peter Lever, who sadly passed away a few weeks back, he hit him in the head, fracturing his skull. And Ewan Chatfield stopped breathing, and England's physio Bernie Thomas rushed out, little Bernie Thomas, and got him breathing again. I think he'd swallowed his tongue, and Bernie Thomas pulled his tongue out. And Ewan Chatfield played another 43 tests on top of that, so fair play. And yeah, it's been a wonderful morning. So Kent started it at 318 for 7. But once the immovable object, that was Ben Compton, was out, the tail capitulated quite quickly. Compton stumped by James Bracey off the bowling ground Van Buren for a brilliant 178. And once he was gone, Gilchrist, the end was nigh really. Gilchrist went LBW, adjudged LBW, let's say. And that was the end of that. So I'm going to give you the bowling figures as soon as I can find them here on my scorecard. Tom Price opening the bowling. And bear with me. So Tom Price, 15.4 overs, one maiden, one for 76. Matt Taylor, 19 overs, one maiden, one for 75. Ollie Price, 23 overs, three maidens, one for 47. Tidy from Price. Marchand de Lange, 13.2 overs. He's limped out with what looks like a quad injury. We'll keep you updated as soon as we know more about the big South African. 13.2 overs, one maiden, two for 72. Josh Shaw thought bowled very well. 18 overs, one maiden, one for 56. Charles Worth, the golden arm. 8 overs, no maidens, two for 44. And Graham Van Buren, probably the pick of the bowlers actually. He's finished off the tail. He's cleaned up. 8.3 overs, three maidens, two for 14. We're going to take a spot of lunch. You might hear me doing an update back to BBC Radio Kent in a minute. But come back and join us and let's see how the Gloucestershire response goes, because this one could be match defining. We'll see you soon. Yeah, I've got to do an update in a minute. Yeah, well, on the stroke of lunch, Kent have just been bowled out for 393. They were in a spot of bother yesterday evening at 198 for 6, but on this Easter Sunday, their innings has been resurrected by Ben Compton with 178. When he was out, Nathan Gilchrist fell soon after, and Kent were all out for 393, meaning Gloucestershire have got a lead of 79. But if Kent can bowl well this afternoon, it's game on. Meanwhile, down at Hove, Surrey are 192 for 1. Dominic Sibley's continued his fine start to the season. He's got 77 and still there. He's with Ollie Pope as well, who's got 76. And remember, you can get ball-by-ball commentary of both these games, which are available via the BBC app and on the BBC website.
To open Gloucestershire's second innings, Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth.
Hello again, welcome back to the Spitfire Ground St Lawrence in Canterbury, where the floodlights are still shining, although they aren't particularly needed at the moment. It's a bit chilly. Both umpires, I noticed as they were walking out there, had their thick mittens on, so it's going to be a cold one, especially later on. And I'm sure those floodlights, if the cloud cover remains, I'm sure that we will be requiring them later on, because it will get pretty gloomy. Even yesterday, even actually about 6:30, and it was brighter than this evening may well be. We're struggling, not too much, but if it had gone on for much longer, then the light might have been a little bit in question. But it is the start of Gloucestershire's second innings. Kent finally bowled out for 393, but a fantastic morning session for them that saw Ben Compton move his total up to 178. Kashif Ali just a couple of runs shy of his first class best on 34, not out in the end. And it took Gloucestershire going to their 7th bowler in this innings, or back to their 7th bowler, Graham van Buren, to finish off that Kent innings, picking up the last couple of wickets quite quickly. But that partnership between Kashif Ali and Ben Compton surviving for 21.4 overs, so that has taken a considerable amount of time out of this game, and that may well affect how Gloucestershire have to approach things here. Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth, the two openers, as Gilchrist, who took a 7 for in the first innings, runs in from the Nackington Road end, and that was a ball which was pretty similar to the one that he got Bancroft with in the first innings. It was a straight one nipping back, and Bancroft was trapped LBW for 2 by Gilchrist in the first innings, where he comes down on that one defensively. Ed Seaborn and Rita Green with you for the first part of this afternoon session, wherever you're listening to us. BBC Sport app, BBC Sounds via smart speaker, as Gilchrist bowls down the pitch. Bancroft guiding to backward point, no run. And we're coming to you also on the Kent YouTube channel. And the usual reminder, if that is where you're interacting with us, that the BBC's live text service and the live feeds available on the cricket page on the BBC Sport website. So head there and you'll get all the action from around the country. Down the pitch again is Bancroft as Gilchrist spears one in leg side, maybe looking to target that leg stump. Certainly something that you see teams do against Bancroft, as he likes to go for some wanders. But that one missing. Rita, how do you see this afternoon shaping up?
Good afternoon,
Sorry,
Ed. Good
was
afternoon.
on.
Yeah, me too. It's going to be fascinating. The first hour here, there's a bit of movement through the air, so batters got to be very vigilant.
Gilchrist in, and this is clipped away. Oh, they put a fielder in at leg slip, but it goes wide of him. There are hands understandably clasped behind heads in the Kent field there, because they set the trap for Bancroft, who still went across for the 3rd ball in a row and clipped it just wide of Daniel Bell Drummond at leg slip, and it's gone for 4 as well, so Gloucestershire are underway.
Yeah, he clipped it, and nicely clipped. You know, if you saw the actual stroke itself, you think, what's the problem? But actually, it was through the air for a very long time and just wide of the skipper Deeps after leg slip.
Down the pitch again, Bancroft, but watches a very wide ball outside the off stump go by.
Yeah, there's quite a breeze actually, Ed, as well. I was mentioning this. I went for a little wander onto the outfield at lunch. Spoke to some of the Kent faithful. That was nice to speak to a few of them.
Did you offer them chocolates as well?
I should have done. I didn't bring them with me, but I did offer us a certain Cameron Bancroft some chocolate this morning. He declined.
Here's Gilchrist bowling, and Bancroft leaves. I think it was a good leave in the end, because he had gone across again, so he judged that if that was outside his body, then there was no chance off stump was into play. But another searching over from Gilchrist. He's just bowling on that sort of length where we've seen a little bit of variation in bounce this morning, and well, not quite throughout, but we've certainly seen that there's been carry with the new ball off that length, and it was that sort of consistent pressure that led to his 7 for 100 it was in the end, although he actually, were it not for a few blows from Marchant de Lange, he would have had even better figures than that, but they were his career best figures in the first innings.
Yeah, great bowling in the first innings, but what can Gilchrist do in the second? And I think it's fascinating. 81 run deficit, I don't know about you, Ed, there's not a huge amount between them, but if Gloucestershire get off to a flyer here, good foundation in the top order, and they put on some pretty quick runs, could put serious pressure on Kent towards the latter stages of the game and indeed into tomorrow. Here's Singh from the pavilion end, in. And this one's down leg side, a tickle around the corner, it'll be 4 runs. Didn't quite get his line right there.
I think that was the equivalent of your chocolates this morning, really. That was a bit of a free gift, because Ben Charlesworth probably couldn't have asked for much more of an easy put-away ball first up.
Wonderful, yeah, from a Charlesworth perspective. Thank you very much. Meat and drink down the leg side, especially with that infamous slope. Yes, I did have some chocolates to give out this morning, and had a little tiny chat with Bancroft, who mentioned his nephews and nieces had opened their chocolates this morning, but he declined mine. Singh in, fuller delivery, better line and length there to Charlesworth, and through to the keeper, no run.
That's 2,000 first-class runs as well for Ben Charlesworth with that boundary. So he was out in the first innings on 1999. But 4 runs to take him past that milestone, and there's a lot of thousands to go in a career before you get to Bancroft's 11,000, but still a couple of thousand runs, certainly not to be sniffed at.
Singh in. This was right on the money and defended by Ben Charlesworth, and just 24 years old, so plenty of runs to come from the Oxford-born batter for Gloucestershire. In fact, last season he had a blinder, didn't he, in terms of average 48.2.
Yeah.
So looking to continue that this season. How do you think the season has started then for Gloucestershire? Where are we? Towards the latter stages of April. What do you think,
well, I think
in terms of how they're getting on?
They've certainly improved since the first game.
Just Singh in again. Full delivery. Oh, and beaten. The batter will say that he tucked his bat behind the pads, but through to the keeper, no run.
I thought he'd nicked that, actually, because it moved
It
quite
did.
a bit after it passed his bat as well. I thought he got something on that.
I thought there might have been a bit more excitement, actually, in the field there from that one. But anyway, there we go.
So Ben Charlesworth got 100 in the second innings at Derby, but the batting unit as a whole looked a little bit disjointed. And Bancroft's arrival, and of course he's now captain as well, so last match was his first match as captain.
Just Singh in. This one's cut, but missed completely by Charlesworth. Oh, 2 deliveries and 2 misfires, so to speak, from Ben Charlesworth. In fact, Bancroft just comes down the wicket a little bit to have a chat. Probably just says, take it easy, mate.
Yeah, well,
Or something similar.
Before I go back to that, I think actually Just Singh, his figures 2 for 124 in the first innings. I think he bowled an awful lot better than that. He also got some considerable tap from that last wicket partnership, but actually, particularly with the newer ball, I thought he bowled really nicely.
Just Singh to Charlesworth. This one's towards leg and tucked nicely into the onside. They take 1 and they take a second as well. Will they go back for a third? No, just 2 in it. And the captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, chucks it back in and they take 2. Nicely played. 2 more to the total, 10 without loss.
I think, although I of course don't have the pleasure of watching Kent on a regular basis, I think it is Chris Benjamin who's out there keeping wicket again rather than Harry Finch. So I think we've got 2 substitutes on, but I think that is Ben Compton down at fine leg there. So Compton, I don't think still that he has left the field in the match, and I assume that's probably what he's going for, because I was expecting after that marathon effort that Compton might have a substitute at the start of this innings. Maybe they're running out of them. Here's Gilchrist bowling. This is squeezed to point by Bancroft in fairly typical fashion. He doesn't really care too much about how pretty it is, but he just finds those little pockets in the infield and is able to just rotate the strike. So Bancroft to 5-11 without loss. But no, going back to the question about the sort of summary of Gloucestershire's season, the arrival of Bancroft well, I mean, if you're going to make a statement in your first game as captain, never mind back in the side and back to the top of the order. Gilchrist bowls, Charlesworth drives, was slightly uppish for a moment, but there is no fielder at cover, so he had a bit of margin to play with there, and he'll pick up a couple of runs to a sort of deepish extra cover medium depth. 13 without loss. Charlesworth has 8, but 163 Bancroft made in that first innings against Glamorgan in the second game, and Gloucestershire had actually been put in as well. So I think that really sends a statement to a team, and they've got a lot of trust in Bancroft. Of course they do. He's a test quality player, as forward goes Charlesworth and defends back to the bowler. So there was an immediate turnaround there. I think they had by far the better of the game last week at Bristol, but as ever, the problem at Bristol is taking 20 wickets.
Absolutely.
And they were forced into a situation where they had to just bowl through. They had to enforce the follow-on. It was only just the other side of the follow-on, but they had no choice. They had to enforce it to try and bowl Glamorgan out again. Gilchrist bowls, Charlesworth tucks leg side, fielded at mid-wicket. So I think they've so far, and there's time for it to change, but they've played the better cricket through the first 5-6 days of Bancroft's captaincy career. So the hope is that will continue, but at some point they'll be desperate for that win.
Yeah.
Because it's one thing to have the better of a draw. As Charlesworth drives, I don't think he was really looking there. I thought to start with that was aimed for the covers, and still it shows you the power that he's got, that he still hit it pretty firmly, but I think on completely the opposite side of the wicket from where it was intended, as it's fielded by Crawley at mid-wicket.
Slight misdirection, but certainly went at quite a pace, nicely fielded.
It's also interesting, actually, because Crawley fields in the slips for England, doesn't he?
Yeah,
But
he does, and he's a tall
not in the
chap.
slips here.
No, indeed, and he had to get down very low there. But as you say, getting off to a win is the...
Gilchrist is in, good length ball let go by Charlesworth.
Yeah, the name of the game to get a win, and 2 wins, of course, for Kent so far in their championship quest to go back up again after a pretty miserable season last year. I'm sure Kent fans will forgive me for saying that, but it certainly wasn't a huge amount of joy. I was here for a few times in this very commentary box, but as you say, for Gloucestershire, they've got all that they need in a lot of respects. I think, from just a neutral perspective here, Ed, from a batting perspective, especially with Cameron Green now in the ranks, who's an absolute top quality batter, and of course Bancroft with the skipper's armband, so to speak. We don't really have that in cricket anymore, but you know what I mean. But it's bowling, yeah, absolutely. Getting 20 wickets at Bristol or anywhere for that matter is always tricky. But you've got to do that to win the game. Here's Jas Singh with a fresh new over from the pavilion and in. This one's a misguided drive, and it goes to mid-wicket. There's no run. That's interesting for the bowler. Bit of hope there. There's a bit of movement. It's overcast now here at Canterbury. The lights are on. It's got a tiny bit gloomy. I don't think we need to panic. I don't think there's massive rain clouds around. Famous last words. Although looking at the forecast after 4 o'clock today, it does say that there may be a little bit of rain around. I'll whisper that. Let's hope it doesn't happen. Jas Singh in. This one's very full delivery and driven to mid-on, and there's no run. But Jas Singh was warming up for quite a while during the luncheon break, Ed. I think he's really looking to put right maybe that first innings.
Yeah, I think probably how he finished the first innings, possibly a little bit. But yeah, as I said, I thought up front, because until Jack Leaning took the last wicket of the first innings, it was only Gilchrist and Singh who'd picked up wickets.
Next delivery in. Gosh. By an absolute whisker, he's got away with it there. Ben Charlesworth tried to defend that one, but the ball just popped back up, and it could have gone anywhere, and it could have easily have hit the wicket. But he survives, goes for a little wander. And in fact, Leaning comes over to the skipper, Bell Drummond, to have a little chat, maybe just talking about, do we need to change the field around a little bit here? It's a bit of a chat, even quite a prolonged chat. In fact, indeed, Beldrummond is wandering around himself to maybe that sort of fly slip. Indeed, yeah. So 2 slips. We've got mid on, mid off. Got a point mid wicket as well, and a man in the deep at 3rd man, and a fine leg as well. Here's Jassing in. It's Charlesworth. This is driven and straight to where Beldrummond was before. And there's a chase on, and Crawley's really put the afterburners on. He's got the ball, dragged it back from the boundary rope and saves the boundary, but they go for
3.
3. Thank you, Ed, for counting that up for me. Slightly infuriating from a skipper's perspective. You move the field and it goes to wherever the fielder was before. But they're trying something out here, Kent. They're wanting to get some wickets and fast, and that's what they did in the first innings, didn't they? I watched from afar, which feels like years ago. It was only Thursday.
Yeah, I know, because so much has happened in this game.
Yeah.
Lots of runs, plenty of wickets, and an awful lot of storylines as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Charlesworth on strike. Is it Charlesworth?
Yep.
Yeah, it is Charlesworth, yeah, definitely. I have changed my glasses, Ed. I went to the opticians yesterday. I don't want to blame them, but if I get anything wrong, it's because of no, only joking.
Well, no, actually, especially with really new glasses, it does take that time,
Ed,
doesn't it?
you are sweet.
No, seriously. I mean, when I got these, they're quite heavy, thick frames. And it took me a couple of days. I was getting headaches for the first couple. I was that close to getting them changed again. It can take a few days for new glasses to bed in.
Jassing into the left-hander. This one's off the back foot and defended by Charlesworth. And there is no run. Rita Green and Ed Seaborn here in the commentary box. And we've got Dan Whiting waiting in the wings as well. You can get in touch at the middle stump for Dan Whiting on X, and also Ed Cricket 6 on X for our very own Ed Seaborn, and I'm Rita Green UK. So lots of ways to get in touch. Are there 5 ahead of you then, Ed?
Well, that's the joke, isn't it? But the problem is that Ed Cricket was taken, and every time spelling out the surname, because there's a few different variations, without the U, without the E at the end, there's a few different ones, so I couldn't really go with the surname. In comes Gilchrist bowls down the pitch as Bancroft edging short of second slip. So again, he plays slightly across it. He's not really at the moment, Bancroft, giving that air of immovability that he had in that innings at Bristol the other week. It's going to be a battle, I think, for Bancroft to get through this early stage. If he can see off the new ball pairing, then he might start to feel a bit more at ease, but it's not going to be the easiest to negotiate. Forward he goes, and that's usually the Bancroft answer to things. Get off strike somehow, just tapping into the covers and sprinting immediately for 1. 17 without loss.
He's taking a couple little steps as well, Bancroft, just to up the wicket to try and minimise any drift and movement from the ball. He just took a couple little steps. And for young cricketers out there, look at that lovely movement. The bowler probably didn't see that coming and just got off strike. Well played. Yeah,
well, that was, even for Bancroft, that was almost a Kevin Peterson style charge. He was really walking briskly at the bowler. Gilchrist over the wicket to Charlesworth, who certainly is, well, I'm not going to say he's not going to do it, but he's certainly of the opposite style to Bancroft as he forward defends, in that Charlesworth is very still at the crease. He's not a massive foot mover, but I think these days especially, and goodness knows, as we've said many a time, if anybody's going to be coached well, it's Ben Charlesworth, with Graham his dad, as in goes Gilchrist, and this is steered down to deep third for a single, 18 without loss. I think, and I may be talking out of somewhere other than my mouth here, but I think the modern school of coaching has really, especially when you think about transferring between red ball and white ball, the modern school of coaching has gone, I think, a long way away almost from that real, get that big stride forward. Yeah, it's more about just balance and head position than it is about really foot movement as such. The foot movement is something that you do to achieve the balance. As Gilchrist bowls, bangs one in short. Bancroft doesn't have to duck that one too much. It's signalled as one of the allocation for the over. Score remains 18 without loss, so the lead is 97. But Ben Charlesworth, I mean, you talked about his numbers from last year. First class 100, followed pretty swiftly by his first class double 100, both against Leicestershire. As in goes Gilchrist and bowls. That comes back in towards Bancroft. You had to be very careful there with that one, because if he'd been looking to do anything that other than just defend and actually move with the ball into the onside, then I think that would have been back-to-back innings, or it'd been LBW Gilchrist again. But he survives, negotiates it just, played it very late, and it's 18 without loss. But Charlesworth the previous year had a real breakout in T20 cricket. He in his early years, he wasn't really thought of too much as a T20 player, and the future very much looked as if it was going to be as a red ball opener. But it's almost been since he found this new role as a powerful hitting middle order T20 player that he's found his position up here.
A new over, full delivery from Singh and driven. Beautiful drive there. And a no ball as well to just put more pain on the bowler. Lovely stroke there from Charlesworth. Just lent into that one. Minimum effort as it seemed, but beautiful execution there through to the boundary rope, and 4 more to the total, 24 without loss.
And he's always had shots like that. And even in the years when it felt as though he was still putting his game together, you couldn't help but see an on-drive like that and think, gosh, there's a serious future here.
Love an on-drive. Singh in. Oh, this was down leg side, and given the treatment, Singh hasn't got his line or length quite right here. And this was tucked into the onside. There's no one out there at all. There's no fielders planned for that type of delivery. And 4 more to the total. So 2 balls, 2 fours from Singh.
And that's new Ben Charlesworth.
Yeah.
We saw the Ben Charlesworth that we saw really pretty much since he made his debut as a teenager. But that's more of the shot that he's found his real strength and swinging arc. I mean, yes, that was a poor ball. Yes, it was going to go for 4. But the way that he puts those deliveries away now, as soon as he sees it as a little bit short, he's got that long swing, lefty swing as well, which helps. But away it went.
Full of delivery. Ah, unbeaten.
Ooh.
In fact, was there a nick?
There was.
In fact, the keeper flung himself to the left-hand side. I wasn't sure if it was just movement through the air, but we'll see the replay in a few moments' time. There may have been a nick.
Drop.
And a drop. And that's exactly what Kent didn't want.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier Chris Benjamin, who has the gloves instead of Harry Finch. I think that does go down as one that should have been taken.
Yeah, it was low down to his left-hand side, but should have been taken. Jazz Singh in, and this one's cut into the offside. And just to put more pain and misery on poor Jazz Singh here. 4 more to the total, so a drop, and then 4 off the very next ball. And that's not the start that Kent wanted. But for Charlesworth, he's just put that out of his mind. And 4 more to the total. Lovely stroke there. The ball before he'll forget about pretty fast after that. Lovely stroke. Cut wide. 4 more to the total. 32 without loss. Charlesworth now on 21 from 19. And Bancroft 9 from 15.
It just happens every single time. Every time you drop a catch, the next ball goes for 4. There was some frustration in that delivery from Jazz Singh.
Jazz Singh in again, and this one's defended, and there's no run. As you say, we've got a substitute wicket keeper in with the gloves at the moment, and such a vital position in any level of the game. You've got to have your wits about you with the gloves on. And will they rue that chance, Ed? That's the question. With such a quality batter like Ben Charlesworth.
Yeah, well, he's certainly been on good form to start this season, and you know, sometimes it can just be exactly what you need, that life early in your innings. Sorry.
Seeing cut into the, or just tucked into the onside. They go through for a single, and he nicks the strike. 1 more to the total, 33 without loss. So no luck so far for Kent. A drop catch, and a few sort of potential swings and misses, but not much to write home about. They could have done with that wicket, that's for sure, Kent.
Yeah, and the inside edge from Bancroft as well. It's okay, I have put my teeth in now.
Oh, they're always in. By the way, the lead 112. That's probably another major factor. Sorry, we keep going with this over with the no ball as well along the way. Bancroft on strike. Oh, driven, but falsely driven. And it goes through to the boundary rope. He won't be particularly pleased with that execution, Bancroft, but will he care? I don't know. 4 more to the total. Jazz Singh has had a roller coaster of ride in that over. End of the over finally. A few falls along the way, as well as a drop catch and a big thick edge from the Aussie Bancroft and the skipper as well for Gloucestershire. Oh dear, Kent will be ruining those misses, but they'll move on 37 without loss.
Good grief! Well, that was an expensive over, but an eventful one as well. I mean, that's pretty much what we've had almost all match. I know you'd look at the card from afar and you'd think, well, 4-7-2 plays 3-9-3. It's been a bit of a high scoring, could be a bore draw. In comes Gilchrist Charlesworth, who's nudging to backward point. I think he was looking to just fiddle that one into what is not a particularly sizable gap between gully and backward point down to the boundary for 1. But actually, it's been nothing like that. Gloucestershire were 108 for 4, made it up to 472. Last wicket stand of 87 between De Lange and Bracey. We've seen the green debut 100 in dramatic fashion. Gilchrist bowls, Charlesworth pushes into the covers and takes a single, and that is one of the other things that has changed about Charlesworth's game these past couple of years, and the influence of Cameron Bancroft on Charlesworth in terms of just not necessarily thinking about just block and then boundary, but I know it's easier there because Kent have got an attacking field and there's no fielder at cover, but just the thought of pushing the one, taking the single, going to the other end and getting the right-hander on strike, and it does just cause the bowler to have to adjust their line the whole time, as well as getting you moving at the crease and getting the scoreboard moving. It's so important. 38 without loss, the lead up to 117. But I don't know if you saw any of the green 100 at all. But
I did, yes, from afar.
Yeah.
It's marvellous.
Gilchrist in, Bancroft forward and across,
He's so
working
balanced.
to mid-on.
Oh, sorry, Ed. He's so balanced in his game, isn't he? But he had a bit of a torrid time at the beginning of his innings. There was a couple of pretty dubious moments, but once he got himself in, he looked like he was going to get to 3 figures. But the cramp was definitely settling in towards the end of his innings, wasn't it? Or the first part of his innings, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say, because I don't think I'd ever really seen somebody reach 100 quite like that. It was, Gilchrist bowls, and that must have been toe-ended by Bancroft into the ground, and it's fielded at second slip. He's getting the ball into some rather unusual places, is Bancroft, and he's certainly using the majority of that Australian-manufactured bat. I'm always very disappointed when Australians come out and aren't using Australian bats. I mean, Cameron Green, what's he doing with an English company? Although it's probably not owned by it's probably not owned by an English company anymore. In goes Gilchrist. This is clipped to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I don't think I thought about that much in terms of the sponsorship deal of the name on the bat, so to speak. I hadn't thought about that so much, Ed. I see. So you were disappointed. It was more of a
I just think I think every Australian should use one of those ones that Bancroft has got.
Others are available or whatever.
Yes. As I usually say, that shares its name with a well-known laughing Australian bird. In comes Gilchrist bowls, and Bancroft has sliced across this one down to deep third and takes a single, so that will keep the strike for him. 39 for no wicket. Gloucestershire bonus points, by the way, just to make that clear after first innings, with Kent having fallen 7 runs shy of an extra batting point with that dismissal of Gilchrist at the end. It finishes, in terms of the bonus points, 6 to Kent and 8 to Gloucestershire. So Gloucestershire have got the maximum quota of bonus points from the game, but Can they get the maximum quota of points full stop?
And that was the chat out there, actually, Ed, at the lunch break. I was chatting with a nice gentleman. And by the way, Joey Everson is going to pick up the battle from the pavilion end. So Justin's going to have a bit of a break. But yeah, he's 7 runs short of that extra batting point for Kent. But then a lot of the chat was also, well, to get anywhere near that,
yes, exactly.
it was pretty good going. By the way, Rita Green and Ed Seaborn with you. And the lights are on here at Canterbury. So the money's been put in the slot. It has got. It is a little gloomy, so but the lights are helping certainly. But there's a massive breeze, and you don't realise that from the commentary box here, but from the Oriole Cafe towards the Amos stand. So coming for Joey Everson here, he's going to be going into the wind with Cameron Bancroft on strike, and this one's down the leg side, and a bit of a fumble from the keeper, but came off the pads, and there's no extra run taken or anything like that. But Joey Everson just needs to get his line right here.
Yeah, it's a day for blankets and thermos flasks, I think it's turned into. It feels and looks much more like the sort of early season picture that we were expecting to have.
Exactly. I mean, last weekend I came with pretty much shorts and t-shirts, t-shirt on, and this weekend it's slightly different. That's the beauty of the British weather. And in Kent, it's normally we get this sort of microclimate of beautiful weather. I make it sound like the Kent Tourist Board is right here, but there we go. It's normally quite bright and sunny. Everson in and defended this over. I did grow up here. So it wasn't sunny the whole year round, so I can verify that. But the summers were quite nice. Anyway, that one defended by Bancroft, and there's no run. So Cameron Bancroft, skipper for this season, of course, the 32-year-old from Atterdale. Western Australian.
I think it's Perth suburbs, but then I think most places in Western Australia are basically Perth.
There's not much around. Everson in. This one's down leg side. It just tucked into the onside. There's a man there at mid-wicket. There's no run. Yes, Western Australia. There's Perth and Perth, pretty much.
I'm sure there are other places.
I know, but not for
the majority of the population, I think it has to be said, must live in Perth. But yeah, he's obviously played his career with Western Australia in terms of Shield cricket, and long time for the Perth Scorchers and the Big Bash before moving to the Sydney Thunder.
Everson in. And a big thick inside edge. And down to fine leg. That could have gone anywhere, and there's one more to the total. Indeed, Bancroft, by the way, 40 without loss, Kent. Yeah, that awful collision in January, which was just awful to see. Two fielders in the deep. Didn't realise that they were going for the ball and that collision. So it's great to see that he's doing okay. And Daniel Sams as well was the other gentleman that was hit as they were playing for the BBL for the Sydney Thunder.
Yeah, it was his homecoming game for Bancroft because it was at Perth. It was at Optus Stadium, but he was going back there, I think, for the first time in Sydney Thunder colours, and sadly that happened.
Broke a couple of things. Here's the next delivery from Everson. This one's defended by Charlesworth, the left-hander, and there's no run. But good to see him back. Nobody wants to see that injury at all, of course, but for him to come back and skip at the side. He turned down my chocolate this morning, but that's okay. He's a finely tuned athlete.
Yes, he is.
Enough.
He's very into his cycling and yoga, actually, as well. I think Bancroft's quite into all that sort of stuff.
And Pilates? It's hard work.
No, exactly. That's anything that's hard work is not my cup of tea.
Everson in. This one's defended, but the ball squirted out to backward points, and they go through for a single. Well run from the Gloucestershire openers. Well run, even though it was a bit of a false shot, but you've got to take the runs where you can. The lead now, 120, and Charlesworth 24 from 25. Good run rate there from Charlesworth, and Bancroft 15 from 24. So how do you see this panning out? There's a bit of rain in the air later on, so we could hopefully not, but we could be a bit on off for the rest of the day, and then I think tomorrow's
a bit showery. I think from what I could see, I don't think they really at this point, or even perhaps tomorrow morning, know exactly where these showers are going to hit and when. Looks more like mid-afternoon might be the most likely point to hit one at this stage, but the game just feels as though it can't really afford to lose too much more time. Gilchrist, or too much time, full stop. Gilchrist to Charlesworth. This is turned in the air, wide of the fielder at mid-wicket, who was quite straight, and they'll take 2 runs. Again, Charlesworth playing a ball that was in the air, but I don't think it was quite as close to the fielder as I first thought it was. But still, it was uppish. 2 runs taken, 43 without loss.
He just played it a little early, and so therefore it just popped up in the air. Who am I to give him batting coaching advice? But if you just lean into a little bit more, it keeps it down. But yeah, maybe it wasn't as close as maybe we initially thought.
Whether the pitch just, we mentioned that slight, it's not really too pace, but that just slight variability in bounce, whether he got one that just popped up a bit on him. Anyway, it's 2 more. He's got 26 from as many balls. Gilchrist in, Charlesworth forward, robust defence into the offside. But it seems as though there's always got to be some sort of injury concern, sadly, for Bancroft when he comes to Gloucestershire, because the previous year mentioned the cycling. I think it's some sort of cycling incident where I think still that would be a pretty competitive score. So they got their way up there with, say, three getting into the 30s, a 20 as well. And then when it came to time to get going with the ball, Alice Hill 4 for 49. But again, everybody's done. You can see from the figures, of course, didn't get to watch it because unfortunately the game going on here as well. Gilchrist in. Oh, Charlesworth played over the top of that one. That's one that just stays down a fraction. And Charlesworth was looking again just to drive it out into the offside, but that has just grubbed through to the wicket-keeper.
Might have kept a little bit low there as well.
But I think it's testament to the work that's gone in at Gloucestershire in terms of now the pathways are all joined up, both boys and girls, as Gilchrist is in, and this is defended up towards mid-on. There's no run. It's a maiden over and 53 without loss. But also just in terms of team philosophy, and Lauren Rolls, who's the women's head coach, I think deserves masses of credit for what has been done in terms of preparing the Gloss women for this season. And I think it's really exciting as a Gloucestershire cricket supporter. You'd like to think it would be exciting to see that it was actually in that manner that they won that opening game. It really looks like it's a full team performance. I can see run out there as well. I saw a tweet from Laura Charles-Price, who's the head of talent pathways, now saying that she thought that they fielded magnificently, and that's really, especially in the fielding, that's where you see that the coaching and the training and all that hard work that's gone in, because that's been ridiculous hard work over the winter, has really paid off. And even if they'd not won that game, I think that would still have been important to say, but especially given that they did win their opening game. All credit to them, and best of luck for the rest of the way. Over to Rita Green, and then it will be Dan Whiting.
Thank you, Ed. Yeah, congratulations to the Gloucestershire women who beat Derbyshire Falcons yesterday by 9 runs, so a nail-biter there in the season opener. It's great to get off to a good win, and as Ed said, plenty to be pleased about in terms of the all-round performance. Everson in, and this one, there's a appeal that goes up. Very half-hearted from all, but Everson getting some movement here, and overcast conditions here in Canterbury at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Certainly chilly, just to 12 degrees out there, and rather breezy during the lunchtime break. I was jealous of those that had woolly hats on, but Everton really trying to give the ball as much time as possible to get some movement. 53 without loss, Kent. Everton in. Oh, nice delivery, and defended very well by Bancroft. Nice movement, but Bancroft was onto that. The Gloucestershire skipper, the Aussie, the 32-year-old from Western Australia. And some words of encouragement here from Cassia Valley to Joey Everson. And welcome back, Dan. Dan Whiting. Hello, Dan.
Hello, Rita. Nice lunch.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, it was a nice lunch break. I haven't actually had my lunch break.
Oh.
But I loved being out on the outfield for lunch. Yeah, that was nice. Everson in. And this one's cut into the offside, and there's a chase on. In fact, Zach Crawley is going to be the one that will chuck this back in. They go for two more to the total. And the lead creeps up a little bit further, 134. How was your lunch?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I think this might be Cameron Bancroft's highest score on this ground. He's got a particularly poor record here at Canterbury. He did get 200 against Kent at Bristol, I believe. You know, but...
Joey Everson again, the 23-year-old. This one's slightly squared up, Bancroft, but nicely played back towards the bowler, and there's no run.
Got runs here in the T20.
Oh, he got runs in the
Oh,
T20.
T20.
Yeah.
Championship-wise,
Yeah, but championship-wise, he's struggled a little bit.
And that plays on your mind. I mean, I used to, play county cricket for a few years in the dinosaur sort of ages. But, there are grounds that you obviously favour more than others. Everson in, and this one's tucked into the onside, and the skipper, Beldrummond, just misfields that. He's a little bit upset with himself.
Yeah, he's a brilliant fielder, Daniel Beldrummond.
Yeah, just
So
relieve the pressure a little bit there. I'm sure he wouldn't want that.
So what ground did you hardly score a run on then, Rita?
Well, I played it down in Somerset at the county ground a couple of times, and I always wanted to play well down there. I really love that stadium. I don't know, that's that ground. I always really love being down there, good crowd, etc.
Well,
But I
half
never
of our
did
audience
well.
probably don't.
Yeah, I know.
listening
Well,
into
maybe.
this.
Well, yeah, but yeah, quite possibly. You're right. This is the thing. Yes. Would you be pleased about that or not? I don't know if you're a listener, but that was fact. There's certain grounds. I think you want to just play well at maybe some of the bigger grounds that you play at. And anyway, Everson in round the wicket this time, and just tucked up Charlesworth no run.
The Coopers Associate County Ground is probably a swear word to half the audience.
I'm sorry,
listening
I
in.
apologise, but I'll stop talking about it. But I was terrible there, so maybe that's that's
Yeah.
okay, isn't
So
it?
you don't like it now?
No, but then again, Somerset did quite well against us, so there we go. Maybe anyway, long story short, there are definitely some grounds for sure that you want to play well at, and I think sometimes you just get it into your head. When I used to play, I played with the magnificent Isha Guha, who you see on the telly and hear quite a lot. She was absolutely fabulous and a brilliant person, as well as Claire Taylor, probably the greatest women's cricketer of all time. I know that's quite a claim. I used
Better
to
than
play.
Charlotte Edwards?
Well, I played against Charlotte Edwards many
Yeah.
times when she played for Kent and I played for Berkshire, which is bonkers because I grew up in Kent. But there we go. Lottie was, she's, in my eyes, I know she's now obviously brilliantly done well in terms of England coach. She's one of the best cricketers I've ever watched in my life. When she hit that ball, she used to drive the ball so beautifully. It was magnificent.
And it's down towards Hythe where you were brought up. Is that
Yes,
correct?
indeed. Beautiful Hythe.
Which is
Shout out to Hythe.
Yeah,
It's a
which
great
is
place.
probably where Kashif Ali is starting his run up from here
Yes,
as he
you're
comes
right.
into the attack. As he comes bustling into Cameron Bancroft, who just works this one off his hip. They think about one, but probably not to Tawanda Miyeye. Chris Hansford's been in touch. And
Hello, Chris.
back to bust another myth from WA. Not all cricketers are from Perth.
It was
Brad.
Atterdale, Chris, if you know that area well.
Brad the Tongue Hog is from Narrogin. Lance Morris, the Wild Thing, he's from Bustleton. Chloe Piparo, the ever reliable Scorcher, as Ali comes in. That's pulled firmly, but only down to long leg for one, and they come through for a single. 57 now without loss. Chloe Piparo, she's from Bunbury. And in case you missed it,
Bunbury or Banbury?
Bunbury.
Oh, Bunbury.
Bunbury,
hello.
yeah.
Oh, hello, Bunbury.
In case you missed it, there's no squirrels there either. Lovely. Thanks for your email, Chris. Get in touch. bbckentcricket@gmail.com. All your easy ones to me, and Rita will take all your difficult questions.
Oh, no. Especially not maths questions. That's not my
Yeah.
area of speciality. But, Grant Stewart, of course, from Western Australia as well. So, Kalgoorlie. Shout out to them.
That's been pulled, not a million miles away from mid-on. He's going to get 4 for it as it rushes up towards the Ames Pavilion, but Charlesworth chancing his arm there as he moves into the 40s. Gloss 61 without loss, and they're setting their stall out to set something up in this game now, Gloucestershire. I wondered how it would go, but they are, I think, looking for quick runs this afternoon, and they'll set Kent something quite difficult, I think.
What would be a target that you would aim for, dare I say, declare at?
I think they'll be looking for a 400 lead. Short and pulled, that's gone over the bowler's head. Only for, well, they come back for 2, but Charlesworth didn't get hold of that at all. I think it came off the toe end. He's looking at his bat quizzically. The Gloucestershire left-hander.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I would say, well, this is such a fast-scoring ground. We saw Middlesex put on, Kent chased down 316 in 2 sessions last Sunday. I mean, I think it's a similar type of wicket. I think it's not a lot in it for the bowlers. Kent are a bowler down as well. Grant Stewart off the pitch. Kashif Ali steams in. Charlesworth punches that one through the covers. He'll pick up 2 here as Daniel Bell-Drummond's in pursuit. So I think they're going to be looking at scoring probably something similar, probably trying to score 320 in 2 sessions today, which would set Kent something like 400 tomorrow. And you know what? I think Kent might give it a go.
Well, they should feel confident after last Sunday.
This new regime, Adam Hollyoake, I think they're positive there after playing positive cricket. And if so, I think we've got a really good game of cricket on our hands, Rita. Kashif Ali. Charlesworth pulls that bottom edge, goes down to fine leg, and he'll pick up a single. He'll also retain the strike as you're listening to Dan Whiting and the reliable Rita Green.
Reliable?
Reliable Rita.
I think I'll take that.
Yeah.
Better than unreliable. 145 is the lead.
You should see her research notes. Researching Rita.
I've written down a lot, you're right, but I'm yeah, can I read it? That's the question.
Well,
yeah.
yeah.
I should be a doctor, but no, look, I absolutely love coming to watch any of the county cricket games in the county championship league, Division 1, Division 2, and it's nice to find out a little bit more about the players behind the bat, so to speak, or the ball. And Kent, well, the intensity in the field here, I think, has to be said, it's not quite there. They're feeling like they're searching for a wicket. I think that last over was quite a good example where Charlesworth actually tried to pull a couple of balls and miscue them. It could have gone absolutely anywhere. But I think the intensity in the field probably needs to go up a little notch. But here's Everson from the pavilion end.
2 mid-wickets in as well. Shows the sluggish nature of this pitch, doesn't it?
Indeed. So Everson, last over, really tried to give the ball some time to swing. He's in. This one's down leg side. And into the gap, right along the ground. Is that Compton in the deep? He's been a busy man all in. He hasn't had much time out of the game, has he? Probably had what? I don't know. How long was it between him getting out and them starting? Probably no more than half an hour. So he's
well, we had lunch as well.
We had a bit of lunch. Yeah. Should we give him some lunch?
Yeah, we'll give him 40 minutes for that. But
I wasn't including the phrase.
Probably about
love that. Give
probably
him
about
lunch,
50 minutes in total. Yeah.
Coolish day here in Canterbury. Everson in. And back foot punch into the offside, and nicely taken run by Bancroft, the Aussie, who goes through for a quick single with 1 on his back. Is that right?
Yeah, he's taken number 1. Do you know
he's
who's
taken
taken
number
it
1.
from?
I had him down as number 4, but there we go.
He was number 4 last year, but do you know who's stolen a number 1 from?
Who did he?
Alfred the Gorilla, the Gloucestershire mascot. It's a true story. True story. Alfred the Gorilla was number 1.
Wasn't sure if you're kidding there. Everson in. So again down leg side, but one of those 2 mid-wicket fielders this time. Chucks it back in. Oh, right. So he nicked it off the mascot.
Yeah, we spoke about Alfred. He's won the mascot derby as well on finals day.
Has he?
But we spoke about the real Alfred, who was a Very popular bloke at Bristol Zoo, where the BBC do a lot of their wildlife programmes. I think it used to be based in Bristol. I don't know if it still is. Yeah, it still is, according to Ed.
Charlesworth on strike, driven really nicely, but the fielder Jassing gets behind it really well there. That would have been 4 if Jassing had just been probably a metre to his left, but fielded that nicely. 68 without loss.
Yeah, and the real Alfred, who I think was at Bristol Zoo from 1930 to 1948, had a dislike of aeroplanes and men with beards, so he wouldn't like me, Rita. There's a bloke in the stand next to us on the left with a spectacular beard.
That's marvellous. Shout out to all the beardies. This one's into the onside, nicely fielded, and there's no run. Beardies? I'm not sure that's the term, but long bearded man. Are you a YouTubey kind of person? Do you watch YouTube?
Yeah.
There's a guy called Beard Meets Food.
Oh right, okay.
I'm not. This is not a sponsored mention of him, I might add, but I'm addicted to his YouTube videos, and he eats a lot. So he does these eating challenges, and he has a very long beard. Hence, Beard Meets MEATS Food. There we go. You owe me something there, Beard Meets Food, for the shout out. This one's defended by Charlesworth, but there was lovely movement there from Everson. And there's no run. That was quite random. I didn't wake up this morning thinking I'd talk about Beard Meets Food on the YouTube channel. 68 without loss, and the lead now 147.
I often find that's the case with me when I spill food down on the side of my mouth when it dribbles.
Is it full
down
meal in there for you later?
Yeah, sometimes just lick it, you know.
Oh dear. But Kent women have been in action today, haven't they?
They
and,
have.
Shout out to them. But it wasn't a day to remember, was it?
No, disappointing in Radlett.
Yeah, it wasn't to be.
Southwest Hertfordshire.
Yeah, Middlesex are a quality side. They're up against Middlesex today and lost that one. But look, as we were talking about with the women's game, and look, it brings a tear to my eye every time we talk about women's cricket, actually, because when I was playing, your Claire Taylors, your Isha Gurs, your Charlotte Edwards, who's done rather well as well.
Ali, that's nearly sneaked through Bancroft as that snakes along the deck.
Yeah, they were all sort of amateur at the time, had to literally play to play. That ball was, from this angle, going to be LB any day of the week. How on earth did he get his bat down there, Bancroft? But prevented an LBW there, that's for sure. Is Cashew Valley, is he getting some movement, or is the wind helping him from that Nackington Road end? But he's getting some movement.
He does nibble it about a little bit.
A change of field. They think about a fly slip, but I think that's Jack leaning at sort of a wide first slip.
In he comes, Kashif. Bancroft pushes that out to...
Yeah, but women's cricket nowadays, I think, is
Gilchrist.
Amazing. So I did actually start playing. This is going to amaze you. I used to have to play cricket back in my day with a skirt on. I wasn't allowed to wear trousers.
Sometimes
that
I used
long
to do
ago.
that, Rita. Only at the weekends.
Okay, fair enough. Absolutely, each their own. But you roll your socks up and wear a skirt. And diving around in the field, that was not favourable.
No, here's Kashif, and that's punched pleasantly. It could be a run out here. I think Bancroft may have been toast there if that was a direct hit.
Yeah, I think it would have been.
But he gets through for a single and moves on to 21, but he was dicing with danger, wasn't he?
Indeed. Was there really a run in it? They don't need to take any gambles here, the Gloucestershire openers. They've done a great job so far, 69 without loss, but the ball didn't hit the wicket, so we'll never know if it was out or not.
Kashif. Charlesworth tickles him off his hip out to deep square for a languid, easy amble through for a single. One of the features of Australian cricket that I've found over the years, and what I've seen here as well, is the running between the wickets is very, very good. However, you've had a number of Australians over the years who've just thrown their wickets away, haven't you, with run-outs. Graham Wood always used to be a bit dubious. As Ali comes in, Bancroft watches that all the way onto the bat. Graham Yallop, he was always a bit dodge. Andrew Hilditch, the happy hooker, he was... that was because he used to get bounced out a lot, by the way, Rita. Mm-hmm. His running wasn't great between the wickets. Well, it was good, but misjudged. Mark Cosgrove, I've just had the shout. That's pulled by Bancroft. Mayeye's quick though across the ground, and they don't take a second to him. As the ball wings it from the boundary, and they keep him down to 171 without loss. Yeah, Mark Cosgrove wasn't particularly quick between the wickets, it has to be said. Or Warwick Armstrong, who I believe came over here, skipper the 1902 Australians, and was known as the Big Ship, and was followed around the ground, I believe, at Southampton at the old Northlands Road by a small boy all day. And eventually he turned around and said, "Look, do you want my autograph?" And he said, No. He said, "I've just been following you because you're the only bit of shade in the ground here."
Oh dear. Charming. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's always a great run, great quick run when you make it, but being run out. Oh, and we talked about the diamond duck for a certain Pakistani batter who played today. This one's tucked to square leg, and there's no run. Yeah, Kashif Ali out for a diamond duck for his one and only test match for Pakistan. Nobody wants that. I've been out for a diamond duck. That's absolutely shocking.
Yeah, I've been. It's not much fun.
No, it's just utterly embarrassing. You actually want to walk the opposite way straight back to your car and drive home rather than back to the pavilion when that happens. But then again, at the end of an innings, quite often it happens at the end of an innings where you just want to take the run or get off strike, etc. So here's Everson in. And it hits the pads, and it's definitely out. Absolutely. We both Dan and I put our finger up to that one. And Everson, he's been looking for that type of delivery all day today in terms of his spell. And Bancroft out for 22. LBW to Joey Everson, who's been working so hard for that type of swing. And he knew that if Bancroft missed that one, then the finger was likely to go up for LBW. A wicket to Everton, a wicket to Kent, and that's just what Kent wanted. The lead now 150, 71 for 1 Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I'm not sure Bancroft was forward or back there. He was just betwixt and between. Did keep a little low, and that will be Gloucestershire bowlers watching on the stream here, because I know they watch on the stream, because some have been very derogatory about my commentary, Rita. They're only joking. They're only joking.
I did offer some of them chocolates this morning. Surely that makes up for any words.
But no, that did keep a little low. But Bancroft wasn't really forward or back. I know. But the good thing about working with Rita Green is she brings chocolates. She used to work in the chocolate industry, so she brings chocolates. I came out of here last Sunday with type 2 diabetes.
Oh no! Oh, I hope I wasn't to blame for that one, but I feel as though it's part of my part of the course. I need to. I'm a feeder. I'm taking after my mother. I'm a feeder. So and it is it is Easter after all. But Bancroft looked absolutely gutted about that as he trudged back to the pavilion there. 22 to his name, but Everton worked really hard for that wicket, isn't he? All day today so far. Yeah, I just saw that one actually, and gosh, when a bowler, a bit like Stuart Broad, doesn't almost bother to turn around and celeb
appeal.
appeal. and just waited for his colleagues to do the business. Yeah, that was definitely there or thereabouts, wasn't it?
Using Dan Whiting and Rita Green on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, on the Kent YouTube channel and on the BBC Sport app.
Ollie Price on stride. This one is tucked to mid-on, and there's no run. You heard the oohs and ahs from the Kent fielders, because Joey is just continuing to try and get the ball to swing as much as possible. The 23-year-old, born in Peterborough, but now working his trade here in mid-Kent.
The Lincolnshire Larwood.
Oh, I love the fact you've got a nickname for all. It's brilliant. Evson, in. This one tucks up. Price. And there's no run out. If I was the keeper, I don't know, if I was confident enough, I'd come up to the stumps. I really like a keeper up to the stumps. You could just get in the ear of the batter, new to the...
They'll score at 360 degrees round the ground, and they are a joy to watch. We're going to have a change of bowling. Jack Leaning is coming into the attack in just the 19th over. So we're going to have a little bit of flight and guile, and welcome back, Ed Seaborn.
Speaking of guile, usually lacking it, but I wonder if Charlesworth will be able to resist the temptation to have a whack down the ground, because that's how he's tended to be treating the spinners quite a lot recently.
Here is Leaning around the wicket from the Nackington Road end. Oh, he's turned Charlesworth straight away. Charlesworth's really matured, I think. He's really come on batting, bowling, and as a bloke, you know, having a chat with him downstairs, and he's, you know, that's just worked into the onside. Price doesn't want the second run, which would have taken Charlesworth to his half century, but Price had to set off late, so I don't think wasn't sure whether he was going to go past the fielder there. It was one of those.
Yeah, I think he was right, really, because it was him
that
was going to be in question. I think Charlesworth's fielding's come on enormously as well, because you look at him and Price, they're the partnership that, of course, got Gloucestershire over the line twice in the local derby last year, but their partnership in terms of one at deep cover, one at deep mid-wicket, was sometimes almost as important as the runs they actually put on with the bat.
He's another one who goes out to Australia in the winter, works really hard at his game, doesn't he, Ben Charlesworth? Leaning around the wicket to the right-handed Price, who cuts. And do they want to? No, they don't. No need to do anything silly as that one comes in at Benjamin's toes. Wicket keepers don't like that sort of thing, do they? They don't like
it depends, you know, it depends whether you've fallen out with the wicketkeeper or not. It just fizz one in right at the toes.
Fizz in a nice half volley into
wing it in at full pace even when they've said easy.
Often when it's like about 3 yards before them. Charlesworth drives up to mid-off. No run.
Or the scream bowler. I think, nah, I just whack it in at the keeper's ankles.
David Bairstow used to scream some terrible words. Words that would have Ofcom onto us when there was about 100 people at Lord's back in the day, as that's defended.
I often wonder about some of the stuff that Moeen Khan was saying behind the stumps. Can you remember what he was like? Because, I mean, he didn't hold back. He was giving the bowler a full-on lecture about every single ball that was bowled. It was extraordinary.
Yeah. Leaning into Charlesworth, as that's just defended. That completes the over. Gloucestershire 75 for 1. Charlesworth on 49. Ollie Bryce on 2. Joey Everson having removed the Gloucestershire skipper Cameron Bancroft. Yet another LBW in this game.
Yeah, we've had a few, and I think it's fair to say, possibly of every single one of them, that Bancroft one was the most easy to give. I don't think anybody, including Cameron Bancroft, expected anything other than that finger to be raised instantaneously, as it pretty much was.
Yeah, I'm working out. We've had 8 out of 21 dismissals so far in this game.
high proportion.
9. Actually, make that 9. Gilchrist. I forgot about Gilchrist.
Everson to continue. He's had a really good spell going. Keeper's back now. It's the one slip and a short mid-wicket, and this is driven slightly unconvincingly, but out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. You mentioned Warwick Armstrong.
Yeah, the big
earlier.
ship.
Yeah, the one thing I know about him is that he's one of the only people that's ever got away with bowling consecutive overs in Test cricket. So he bowled an over before, I think, something like a tea break.
Right.
Everson in now, bowls down the leg side, flicked away for 4. That's well put away by Price, but a rare misdirected ball from Everson, just a leg glance to send it down to the boundary. 79 for 1. So I think it was something like there was some rule in place about, or regulation, whatever you want to use, about declarations in those days. There was some, I think this was in 1921, there was some rule about when you could declare. Everson in and an on drive from Price. There'll be no run as it's picked up at mid-on. And I think that the England captain tried to declare, but it wasn't actually a lawful declaration. So they had to go back out again after this break. And I don't know whether it was because he was so annoyed about the fact that this declaration had been attempted and it was wrong, they had to go back out there or something, but yeah, ended up bowling back-to-back overs in a test match at Old Trafford, 1921. Defensive shot from Price. This one goes up to mid-off.
Lovely message from John and Sally Gordon. They've chipped in with the number 11s, and their personal favourite was Devonshire Jack Davey.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, who I think we've met at Gloucestershire Old Boys, which Andy Brassington organises every year. Jack Davey between 1966 and 1978.
Everson in, that's a wide ball, and slashing at it is Ollie Price, freeing the arms and cut away through point. And it's a second boundary in the over. Everson's been pushed here for a 7th over by Kent, and just a couple of times he's lost his radar. 83 for 1.
Yeah, that's meat and drink. A little bit dessert chucked in there for Ollie Price, isn't it? Jack Davey, between 1966 and 1978, he batted 208 times for a grand total of 918 runs. That's 13 seasons.
Everson in, and Price solidly defending, so that might be the end of Everson's spell, but he's done the job of breaking the opening partnership, removing Bancroft. Gloucestershire now 83 for 1.
An average of 7.77.
Yeah.
For most of his career, his highest championship score was 17, which he achieved in 3 occasions. However, John saw him first at Cheltenham versus Lancashire in 1967. However, in the twilight of his career, he managed a half-century in 1977. But he was a very underrated bowler who formed a fine opening partnership with the late, the great Mike Proctor. Thanks, John and Sally, for that lovely message. Leaning from the Nackington Road end.
It's definitely one of my favourite end names around the
country. I was just about thinking that. Sounds a bit rude, actually, doesn't it? Charlesworth, square drive. That's going to be his 50. It's going to run away for 4 down towards the cafe. And Charlesworth's 50 comes up of just 62 balls in just over an hour and 20 minutes. And he looks in fine fettle, doesn't he, Ed Seaborn?
Well, he started off like a train again. In fact, he was doing that at Derby as well. I think he was scoring at about a run a ball through his first 20 or 30 runs, both innings there, and he was certainly looking to get on with it when he was out the only time he batted at Glamorgan as well. So I'd be interested to see whether this continues full season.
Smashed through the covers. That's going to be cut off out on the boundary. Is that Compton out there, boundary riding, I think? You know, you just bat all through the innings, Ben, and then we'll get you running around the outfield. He's fit as a fiddle though, Ben Compton. 2 more to Charlesworth. 89 for 1 now. It's leaning, comes in. Charlesworth just tickles that one through square leg. Daniel Bell Drummond comes around and picks it up. 1 more to the total. Gloucestershire move into the 90s. I'm still in shock over that Ollie Price catch yesterday, Ed.
Yeah, do you know, I was thinking as we were off air that somehow we haven't relived that yet today, but we must.
Oh. On Easter Sunday, let's resurrect it.
How many more times can we resurrect that particular joke?
Yes. That's just played into mid-wicket. Yeah.
But I think
and I won't have any mentions to doubting Thomas Price either.
No, it's a shame in a way that the world hasn't been able to see what happened there, but no dear.
It's down the leg side. Please don't rain. This has been set up. Gloucestershire are going for this, and it's going to be set up really nicely. Please, please, play ball. God, I'll even go to church next week, all right? Kent have got a weekend off, I'll go to church. Down the leg side, Ollie Price just works that into square leg.
I think you might have to do a little more penance than that to get what you want.
I need to say about 200 Hail Marys, I think, you know. But that completes the over, 90 for 1.
Yeah, I just can't really afford, as we've been saying, really, for much time to be taken out of the game. You feel, and unfortunately the odds appear to be on there being some interruption at some point, because this cloud is not forecast really to part very much later on in the day. So there's bad light possibility. There's also some showers about tomorrow, so we're going to have to do very well for there not to be time taken out of it. And it is a shame, because this game, it deserves a result. Both sides have gone out and played positively, and okay, you know, we sort of, like I said earlier, you're going to look at the board and you think 4-7-2 plays 3-9-3, but it hasn't been that kind of game. Well, you know, you might get in another situation.
I think that's reflective and epitomises the attitude of both their coaches, Mark Lane and Adam Hollyoak, both positive characters, aren't they? They go out, they want to win things.
Gloucestershire, you know, they put the runs on the board in that first innings. We've got Kashi Valley running in from the pavilion end now, bowling way down the leg side, and Charlesworth just watches that go by. Doesn't have anything to do with it. But, you know, it's tricky, isn't it? Because this is where and why so often sides decide to bowl first, and I say it every time, and there's great consternation, because unfortunately for so long the traditional view has been that you bat first every time. What is it? You know, you win the toss, you bat, and if you're thinking about bowling, still bat. But nowadays that's changed.
Too many points for a draw.
Over the wicket, Kashi Valley, there's another one of those that just stays down, but Charlesworth stays down on it in defence.
You know,
I don't think we need, I don't think we need 80 anymore. Actually, a couple of years back, I felt that it was, and this is the problem, you just tinker with one thing and then another thing changes, so you tinker with that and then that has another knock-on effect, and it's just a never-ending cycle. But I don't think we're seeing the sorts of pitches regularly prepared that were the reason why the draw became 8 points. Kashi Valley bowls a huge swing into the leg side from Charlesworth attempted. He's missed it. I mean, even though it didn't bounce massively, it probably was still too high anyway, although you hesitate about that one, seeing some of the replays of that Cameron Green decision in Gloucestershire's first innings, but it certainly did.
It's a free hit there with the ball pitching outside leg stump. It's going to go on and hit the stumps, but Charlesworth just covers his stumps, and it's a free hit out into the leg side.
Yeah, which they've now made less of a free hit because the deep square's gone out this ball, but up inside the circle there, so really any amount of bat on that, Charlesworth is clearing the infield at least, and very well may have cleared the outfield as well. Kashi Valley bowls, there's a controlled pull shot from Charlesworth.
beautifully timed, but it's only a single out to deep backward square. Gosh, where's Chris Benjamin going? He's off on one of those Rita Green rolls down the hillside, taking that throw. Good grief!
Maybe he's
91 for one.
He's gone cheese rolling.
He saw the cheese or the golden snitch or something, and went diving off after it. Collapsed off his broomstick. There you go, J.K. Rowling generation. We've got a short mid-wicket wandering into position. A fielder at deep square at fine leg. It's quite a packed leg side with a forward square, short mid-wicket, mid-on as well. Just the one slip. We've seen a few edges still go through the slip cordon, but both captains have seemingly felt that the other fielders are best employed, and Charlesworth dabs it through the vacant slip, Price rather, dabs it through the vacant slip region. They thought about 2, possibly in another situation they might have sprinted back for it, but there's not much real need to do that here. 92 for 1, Price up to 11.
No umbrellas going up yet, are there? I can't see any. And the patrons are still out in the seats, so maybe it's just the odd spot.
Oh, we're used to it. It's the Garden of England. Just a little. Every resident of Kent needs a little water, you know, help them grow. In comes Cashifali over the wicket, bowls. Charlesworth is forward and just nudging this one away. Huge gap on the offside between cover and slip, so doesn't even really have to place it especially well for a single, and he'll have the bowling for the next over as well, as Gloucestershire are 93 for 1, and Price and Charlesworth just looking to build this partnership after a good opening stand from Bancroft and Charlesworth, and I think Bancroft probably can rightly feel that wasn't a massive amount he could have done about the delivery that he got. I mean,
umpire's just having a conflab there.
Yeah, they've been chatting about something quite consistently. I'm still not sure what it is.
Where's the best pub in Canterbury?
Well, there's quite a few to choose from.
There certainly are.
It's
a very dangerous place for me to work down here.
Say, exactly, yes. It's one of those away trips you've got to be a bit careful with.
Yeah.
Yes, and there's apparently a traditional student drink here with a name that I certainly cannot broadcast, which I don't think any of us will be partaking in.
Yes. Yes. He's leaning, tossing that up, and that's gone. Charlesworth has chipped that to Zach Crawley at cover, inexplicably. And he'll be really disappointed with that, Ben Charlesworth, because he was looking in such good touch, and leaning has struck, and Gloucestershire are 93 for 2.
What a strange dismissal that was. Leaning's been bowling some full wide deliveries, but Charlesworth's been quite happy to stroke them through the covers, but he was halfway between trying to loft it over the infield, I think, and just keeping it along the ground. I mean, it really was. It wasn't even one of those where he's gone through it particularly early and chipped it, I don't think. He's pretty much just planted it straight into the fielder's hands. He just didn't loft it enough or go through with the shot enough with the force. I mean, you see him make a little gesture with his left hand as he goes off, saying, you know, effectively up. Just he didn't loft it enough. Got the wrong club out.
He did, yeah. Yeah, he needed the pitching wedge there. But the shot that he got to his 50 with, that went down through point and backward point, that was through the air as well. And I wonder if they've seen like maybe a little weakness there, that he does tend to drive in the air when the ball's out there. He's going to go for it. Like Gloucestershire want to score some quick runs and set something up.
Yeah,
so he's not going to leave much.
Yeah, I think we saw Ollie Price do similar to get rid of Grant Stewart yesterday evening, for example. I know it was the last over of the day, but actually even to Cashifali this morning, Ollie Price was bowling a lot outside the off stump. Yes, you're going to get maybe some turn out of the rough out there, but I don't think that's what they're really bowling for with that. I think it's more just because they know they've got to get you playing shots because you're unlikely to rip too many straight past the edge.
But yet again, credit to Daniel Bell Drummond. He had 2 short extra covers there, one of which was Crawley, took the catch. Here he's got the same to Miles Hammond. He won't leave much either, as he doesn't first ball, just plays one up to mid-off.
Yeah, and again it goes back to the point of you can sometimes just go too hard at trying to set a game up.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not saying that's what happened there, but still.
Oh, that's gone past the outside edge of Miles Hammond's bat. Talking about bat manufacturers early on, good to see Miles Hammond's got his initials on his.
Exactly.
Defended there by Hammond. Yeah, there are 1 or 2 spots of rain in the air, but again, no one's got the umbrella up yet. I don't think we did lose a little bit to bad light right at the end of the Middlesex game, as that's defended. Just dribbles out onto the onside. 93 for 2. Yeah, we lost a little bit to bad light on the Saturday night against Middlesex, but only 4 overs, 5 overs, I think. There's been a lot of cricket lost. That's the only time Kent have lost anything to any weather at all season, as that goes out to point. That's the end of the over. A wicket maiden for Jack Leaning. And credit for Daniel Bell Drummond again.
Daniel Del Drummond.
Daniel Del Drummond. Daniel Bell Drummond again for getting him into the attack early.
Yeah, it was good planning, definitely. And even though it might not be the prettiest plan to bowl off spin wide outside off stump and invite the drive, it's still what you've got to do sometimes to create wickets on surfaces that aren't always the most conducive to doing so. Kashif Ali is still looking for his first wicket in the match. 0 for 77 in the first innings and 0 for 18 so far this innings.
I'm going to get Rita Green in here in 1 over because I need what the quick bowlers call a comfort break.
Every to be comfortable. Kashif Ali bowling to Price, who stands tall, knocks it into the ground. There won't be a run as Gully comes across, and Ollie Price on 11. He's had a couple of nice fours off Joey Everson, but he does look as though he's playing more of the patience game and really looking to give himself some time here to get his innings going. Got 100 last match at Bristol, so he's got his first one off the back for the season. Of course, a fantastic day for him yesterday with that extraordinary catch and taking the wicket in the last over of the day, as this is pushed into the offside. There's no run, and I don't think there was so much going on there. I didn't even get in my usual gripe about the fact that the new batter should have to come out in that situation. It shouldn't be the end of the day because we've not had the full 96 overs apart from anything else.
No.
So the new batter should have to come out and face those remaining deliveries. I thought there was at one stage a bit of momentum towards getting this changed, but if I can continue to rant on about it enough times, then hopefully somebody will take some notice. But so other people seem to be saying it, not just me. Kashif bowls. This is turned into the onside. Price hoping for a single. There isn't one there, as the droplets continue to fall very slowly but steadily from the sky. I don't think the umpires are even really having much of a look at each other. Light's fine for now. There's no
I'm not
real
sure. I think it's got a little bit murkier, actually.
Yeah, it's not as good as it was, but I'm still looking at the players and I can't see those 4 pointed shadows from the floodlights
The
yet.
4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
Well, it usually does bring death to cricket. Kashif bowls, down leg, flicked away, long leg won't get there. It's quite square, actually. So even though that wasn't actually to the finest of fine legs, Price knew that he didn't have to be particularly cute with the clip off the pads, and so it's 4 runs, 97 for 2. Price has 15, the lead up to 176, so, you know, still in a a pretty handy position, Gloucestershire 176 for 2,
Yeah,
with batting to come, but
Yeah.
but still, you just don't want, if you're them, to give Kent any sort of a sniff back into this game. You don't want things to start getting a bit scrambled in the dressing room and then people having to think quickly about exactly how they're going to go out and approach their innings. Wind swing there, that was pretty prodigious in swing from Cashy Valley, but Ollie Price has played it so nonchalantly, it was as though it didn't do anything at all. It's driven it straight to mid-off.
I think there's 3, 4, 5, 6 for Gloucestershire. Ollie Price, who I think will play for England one day. Miles Hammond, who is arguably the most flamboyant Gloucestershire player.
You ask most Gloucestershire supporters in full flow who they most like to watch, and an awful lot of them will say Miles Hammond.
Yeah.
Oh, but he frustrates me as well.
Oh, yeah,
but,
yeah.
But that's just, you know, sometimes you've got to take the rough with the smooth. And
James
this
Bracey with 16 career tons.
Cashy Valley bowls, it's another in-swinger. It's played up to mid-on, and that's the end of the over, 97 for 2.
You know, to think he's only 20, what was he, 26? 27, Bracey. He's 28 on the 3rd of May because he shares the same birthday as my eldest daughter.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so he's 27 still. I mean, he's going to end up with probably 30, 35 first-class hundreds for Gloucestershire, as well as God knows how many dismissals. So he's a fine player and has, you know, played it for England. Wasn't treated particularly well by England, it has to be said.
No, in a different era, that certainly wouldn't have happened, where they're trying to look after players
The
rather
umpires
better.
are having a little conflab here. And obviously you've got an Australian test player in there as well. So that 3, 4, 5, 6, I think, is up there with, even in Division 1, with one of the strongest middle orders in the country.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Bancroft test opener, Ben Charlesworth, really supremely talented youngster.
You take
But,
this all over, Ed, and I'll leave you with Ed Seaborn, and Rita Green will come in.
Cheers, Dan. So, yeah, I think, you know, how the bowling attack continues to develop, there's certainly a lot to work with in this Gloucestershire side. Leaning round the wicket into Hammond, who plays and misses again. He's not going to be leaving them, as Dan said, outside the off stump. And there's some turn, and Hammond's attempted force through the offside doesn't make any contact. Leaning bowls, Hammond cuts straight to backward point. There's no run. This is starting to frustrate Hammond a little bit here, this plan, firing it wide of off stump. There's a slip, there's a packed field. There's not many gaps to get through the infield, just the one between backward point and cover. Leaning bowls, a little straighter this time. That's what Hammond was after, possibly just clipping it away through square leg, and he will get off the mark. 98 for 2. It's been a while since we've updated you on what is going on in the other matches around the country, and despite a few drops of rain here, pleased to say that every match is either in play or, unfortunately in the case of Kent's women, over already. Result achieved. Middlesex women winning by 8 wickets in that match at Radlett, and I think maybe we'll just leave it at 8 wickets. Round the wicket goes Leaning into Price, who nudges into the onside, and the reverse plan is in operation here for Price, where Leaning is bowling round the wicket. We saw it in the first innings as well, round the wicket and really targeting the pads with a leg slip, a short mid-wicket, and a pretty short square leg as well. As Price turns it into the ground for no run. Leicestershire's women 42 for 6 in reply to Northamptonshire's 264 for 6. A full 50 over game there, but it looks to be a pretty thumping win for Northamptonshire. Leaning in, Price flicks between short mid-wicket and short square. Single is taken, and that is the end of the over. 99 for 2. In Division 2 of the Championship, Glamorgan batting again. Middlesex finally had enough at 470 for 9, with the ton from Max Holden, another 100 for him. Good runs for Duplay and Geddes as well. Ben Kellaway 4 for 61, so pretty close to getting his name on the honours board as well. And Middlesex now looking to try and bowl Glamorgan out a second time. Zainul Hassan and Eddie Barham off to a good start, but Glamorgan still trail by 182 runs at 89 without loss. Leicestershire at 318 for 3. Already 55 runs in front at Old Trafford, with Rehan Ahmed making 100 and Lewis Hill and Peter Hanscom both in the 60s. So Lancashire are looking as though they could be under some real pressure on the final day again there, and battling at home to try and just possibly save a draw. Northamptonshire's men are also going well at Derby, where they declared on 500 for 8, 150 for Luke Proctor, a quick fire 90 ball 105 from Safe Zabe as Northamptonshire piled on the runs. That 500 for 8 came in 112 overs, and Derbyshire now 38 without loss, batting for a second time, but still trailing by 155. So possibilities of still quite a lot of results in Division 2 this round, despite the fact that we've had a bit of stoppages at times. Kashi Valley to Price, who nudges away into the covers, and there's no run. Rita Green is back alongside me. It's not a particularly pretty picture out there at the moment, is it? And I notice you've gone for the extra layer for this stint as well, as you're sitting in the cold seat, as it were, next to the open window.
Hi again, Ed. Yes, I've opted to put on the only remaining layer that I have left. Yes, if I had my woolly hat and gloves, I'd be wearing them right now.
Well, you could borrow my bobble hat if you like. In comes Kashi Valley in, and there's some in-swing again. It's played up to mid-on. He's certainly getting this ball to move. It's Kashi Valley. I'd love to see him just throw in a Yorker with this in-swing.
He's getting a lot of movement, and actually I think Ollie Price is doing a brilliant job at the moment of picking it out. You're spot on, you know, a full-blown Yorker to almost take Ollie Price off his feet. That would be some sight. But so far, Ollie Price is doing a good job.
Here he comes. This long bounding approach and bowls, and that's started too straight. It's been slightly misfielded by Crawley at mid-wicket, but he's able to deflect the ball up to mid-on, and Price, well, there is a deep square leg out, so he doesn't have much room to try and pick up a boundary, but certainly would have thought he might want some runs off that delivery. Anyhow, that's a sort of occasion where particularly somebody of Price's temperament is a very equable individual as Ollie Price, and he won't, I don't think, be too bothered about missing out on a boundary, as he gets another ball that he can tuck away into the leg side, and it's fielded at short mid-wicket again. So back-to-back deliveries that just started a little bit too straight from Kashi Valley, so the in-swing takes it further away. In Division 1, Yorkshire are also now in their second innings, 19 without loss. Durham eventually bowled out for 427, so not a bad comeback from Yorkshire, considering that Durham were 301 for 1. So they've lost their last 9 for 126. Kashi Valley bowls, back of a length, and just nudged defensively to mid-wicket. Alex Lees made 172 and Emilio Gay 152, but Graham Clark was the only other batter to pass 16. He made 33. So Yorkshire trailing by 101 runs up at Chesley Street. But I suppose, being Durham, they won't mind too much having the game continuing to move along quickly. It seems to be what they're going for, even though they've lost their opening 2 games. Can't really afford to be losing that one as well. Last delivery of the over, no runs off it so far. And the last ball is beating the outside edge, and that's the one that Kashi Valley was setting him up for. He's bowled an entire over of in-swingers, and then he just gets the last one to hold its line, and Price probes at it, and that's unfortunate for Kashi Valley. He's not had the best of luck in this match, and it seems as though every time he does that, it just doesn't find the edge. And the score remains 99 for 2.
Beautiful delivery to end the maiden over there from Kashif. Ollie Price, he was beating all ends up really, and the bowler at the end there with hands on his knees and leaning over and going, how on earth did he not nick that one?
We saw one of those great social media montages of the setup. I notice people love to do that on social media nowadays. Put together 20 deliveries and there's the wicket ball. You see, it all came from that delivery 20 balls ago, really.
Your feed is similar to mine. Here comes leaning in, and this one's left alone. No run. Yeah, mine are the same. I have this sort of compilation of cricket montages on my social media feeds. And by the way, shout out to the Kent Cricket social media team. I'll tell you all about that in a moment. Here's leaning in. This one's defending, pushed to the cover region, and there's no run. Yeah, 1 minute and 12 seconds of Ben Compton. So if you're a Ben Compton fan, if you're a Kent Cricket fan, check out the X website, whatever it's called, X site. And it is pure class there from Ben Compton for his amazing innings. And that one goes fizzing through, missed by the batter, and the stumps, bails,
yes,
everything gone.
Chris Benjamin does know that you don't have to remove a stump from the ground unless the bails have already been dislodged, because grief, demolished them.
So Jack Leaney here, the pace that he's bowling at, so bearing in mind he's an off-spinner, he's bowling at quite a pace, but the bails are back on, the stump is back in place, and Jack Leaney's getting some severe pace from the Nackington Road end for an off-spinner. He's in and bowls. This one's cut in the air. Oh, it's in the air, but just wide of the fielder. It's a short third man, and it's Compton, who's done quite a lot in this match already, who tucks it back from the boundary edge and chucks it back in, and that was in the air for what felt like quite a long time, Ed, but safe was the batter, and Gloucestershire 100 runs are up.
Yes, not in particularly secure fashion, I must say. I thought that was looping up straight to backward point first off, and Hammond is struggling a bit with this plan, because it's not something you face very often, an off-spinner just throwing it wide of the off-stump with a close infield, and Charlesworth has perished with that same plan, and they don't, because they don't quite know what to do with it.
Ollie Price on strike, and this is pushed into the onside, and they go through for a single, and Mieye just picks it up, chucks it back in, an easy single, and they rotate the strike. But you're spot on, this plan that Kent have for Jack Leaning to be wide, bowling wide, but also really, really pacey as well, so tempting the batter in. And Ben Compton comes up sort of into the ring, if there was one, ready for a catch, potentially this time, leaning in. Wide delivery once again. It's on repeat, isn't it, those wide deliveries? And it's the end of the over, and Jack Leaning crosses his arms. Can't believe he did get something from that over, but the end of the over it is nonetheless. 103 for 2 is a scoreline, but in the context of the game, Gloucestershire lead by 162 runs. No, let's call it 182. Do you know this is? Do you know what? I genuinely am getting used to my new glasses. I know this sounds ridiculous, but 182. That's why there was a pause there. Like, Rita, are you going to try that eye test again? Yes, 182. But you know they're going on nicely here, Gloucestershire. But Hammond is well. He was asking questions there from Jack Leaning.
So is it better with 1 or with 2, or is it better with 6 or with 8? I think with Gloucestershire it's certainly better with 8. In goes Kashif, and Ollie Price has had a feel for that one as well. He motioned as though he was withdrawing the bat from it, but I'm not convinced. I don't think Kashif would be either. It was not a great piece of acting, I don't think, from Ollie Price there. He is certainly working up a bit of a head of steam here. There's Kashif, and he's played his part certainly today, even though he hasn't taken a wicket yet in the match. That 34 not out, absolutely vital to ensuring that Kent, well, I think they just about avoided the follow-on, but ensuring that they really got that lead for Gloucestershire well down on first innings, getting it well below 3 figures. Kashif in, and this is dabbed away. I think Kent won't be too disappointed to see Ollie Price playing away from his body there, even though, yes, there's only the keeper and the slip that could probably take the catch, but at the same time, they'll be happy that those could be brought into play. In this instance, he was able just to nudge it through point for one. It's 104 for two.
He was just probing, wasn't he? And he got good amount of bat onto it, didn't he, the batter? But I think you're spot on. I don't think Kent will be displeased with giving away that run, because I think Ollie Price is just trying to feel his way into this innings.
Two slips for Hammond as Kashifali bowls to him. That's very wide. It's a smart low take from Chris Benjamin. Down low to his left. Still no Harry Finch. Still no Grant Stewart for Kent. But it's kind of like the walking wounded out there. There's no Marchant de Lange, at least. We don't know for sure, but he didn't retake the field after marching off this morning. So that's a really key subplot to this game and how it plays out, with Kent missing a bowler, Gloucestershire missing a bowler, Kashifali in, and that's let go through to Benjamin. And, well, Benjamin will at least be relieved now to have seen the back of Ben Charlesworth. Charlesworth put down behind the stumps when he was on 17, went on to make 58. Bancroft could have been run out actually on 20, but he only added 2 more runs. So Kent have generated a few opportunities, including the 2 that they have ended up taking wickets with. Bancroft LBW for 22 and Charlesworth driving straight to cover off Jack Leaning for 58. Kashifali kicking up his heels, running in once more, bowling to Hammond, who drives square on the offside. It was a late drive. He's chopped down on it rather, sliced it through deep backward point. Another single is added, 105 for 2. Other games in Division 1, Essex and Worcestershire. Essex looking firm favourites to win that game, with Worcestershire now 80 for 4, requiring 215 more still to win. The defier of Somerset, or one of them anyway, Brett D'Oliveira, has just come to the crease to join the other Kashifali, who is 32 not out, but Jamie Porter's taken a couple of wickets, and one each to Shane Snater and Noah Thane. Kashifali in, and Ollie Price just manipulates that one through the empty point area, and that's another run. So 106 for 2, lead up to 185 here. As far as the game between Hampshire and Somerset goes, Somerset 70 for 1 second innings, trailing by 82. Archie Vaughan dismissed by James Fuller, who got wickets in the first innings as well. Fuller 4 for 42, so he's got his 5th in the match. And Somerset 70 for 1, trailing by 82. Surrey 346 for 3. They might as well be playing on the Cromwell Road by the looks of things, rather than the actual, whatever it's called. Is it First Central County Ground? I'm struggling to keep up with these things. Sussex 435 all out, and Surrey 346 for 3 in reply, with Pope 103. 82 for Dom Sibley, and Dan Lawrence 85 not out from 76 balls, including 5 sixes. That'd be worth a watch.
Jack Leaning in, pushed into the onside. Ollie Price. Oh, Surrey going along pretty well, aren't they? After I don't know, an interesting start to the season for them.
Yeah, I was.
Ollie Pope will be pleased with that ton, of course.
I was speaking a bit to a well-known Surrey fan, let's put it that way, about the state of Surrey early on, and particularly...
1 second, there's a bit of a stop in play, Ed. Sorry to cut you off there. And there's a bit of a chat going on. And it could be a chat about the light. We've got Daniel Bell-Drummond, Jack Leaning and Zach Crawley.
We've got helmets coming out as well. There's all sorts going on, because it looked as though there was a conflab between Leaning and Crawley and Bell-Drummond to start with, to decide they might want something. And then I thought it was after that the umpires came together. And I think it may just be that somebody's about to go under the lid as well, although Bell-Drummond's now having a chat with the 2 umpires as well. There's been something going on out there for about the last 45 minutes that I cannot work out what on earth they're discussing or keeping an eye on, But anyway, I think that's what's going on. But I was discussing the pitches at the Oval, in that, because Surrey were not able to get over the line against Hampshire last round. I think when you saw that game setting up, you thought, well, it's going to be Surrey, isn't it? Especially when they had Hampshire. I think was it 4 down overnight going into the final day, and they couldn't. Not only could they not get Hampshire out, but actually, arguably, if Hampshire had really gone for it, they could have won that game. But also,
at many points, I thought they were going to go for it.
Well, arguably, they should have done if they've got ambitions really of winning the title this year. But the feeling tends to be at Surrey that actually the pitches get better for bowling on as the season goes on there, and sometimes it's the early season pitches where you can get the more flat ones, is what I was told anyway. So I suppose Surrey are going to have to rely on that a bit, because they're not exactly off to a flying start.
Ben Compton comes in at short leg. Jack leading in. This one's tucked into the onside. There's a chase on. They go for a quick single, and they go think about a second. Nope.
Run
Turn
the first one
back.
particularly hard there.
No, not really. It wasn't convincing, was it, that they were going to go back for 2? But yeah, indeed, Compton had the lid on there. Now he's taken it off. He's Mr. Versatile in this game, isn't he?
Just hasn't spent enough time with the helmet on over the last few days, just missing it so much. He needs to put the helmet back on again.
There's movement in the field. There's so much going on in this game. It's not really flowing quickly here, but Jack Leaning telling his mid-off to go to slightly longer off. Here comes the next delivery. In. Fast delivery and punch to backward point, and there's no run. Do you think there was a chat about the light there? It was quite a long chat with both the umpires and the Kent skipper as well. And normally those chats are like, well, better keep the spinners on here, chaps, if you want to keep playing. I'm guessing what the conversation was. Jack leaning in. This one's defended by Miles Hammond, and there's no run. But Miles Hammond, I want to talk about Miles Hammond. 29 years old. He's been at Gloucestershire since 2013. I mean, that's what incredible player, and quite frankly, somebody that's a real servant to the club. There's a lot of players out there that move around here, there, and everywhere. But Miles Hammond,
and he's
Mr. Gloucestershire.
He's had opportunities to move as well.
Floated delivery, and this one, a wide delivery once again from Jack Leaning, no run.
Yeah, well, we chat more at the end of the over. We've got a bit more time, but yeah, he's certainly. I know he's had offers, a few seasons back, and there was certainly one point in particular where it looked as if he might be on the move.
Next one in. This one's
rumours. Anyway.
Driven to cover. There's no run. Yes, rumours. Hashtag rumours.
I was going to say, there's probably members of the Hammond family listening thinking, what on earth are you on about? He was never off anywhere. But there were certainly, he was out of contract. There were rumours that he might be following, I think, the path that Messrs Miles and Norwell followed up to Warwickshire at one stage, because at that point he was also playing 100 cricket for the Birmingham Phoenix as well. So it wasn't without its foundation possibly as well, in terms of him being based in one particular place for that competition as well. But anyway, it hasn't happened, and he's not a cricketer that's been on a particularly regulation journey. Miles Hammond, he was a spinning. Well, off spin was his primary, I guess, tool in the toolbox when he first came onto the scene. I think a lot of people will know the story. Is Kashif Ali in and bowls, and Price steers that one defensively back towards the bowler.
Well, that's fascinating in itself, isn't it? When you, as you evolve as a cricketer, you may have started off as predominantly being the off spinner, etc. But then you build your batting to be far more of a.
But in his instance, it was because he got the yips. So it's fairly well publicised now. Just it really was a case of just turning up one day in the nets, and just everything was all wrong, and he just couldn't work out what was going wrong, and just couldn't really find it again. Kashif Ali is in, tucked through mid-wicket by Price. He'll take a single, 21 for him now, lead to 187, and then he was turned into this dashing, almost pinch hitter style at the top of the order in T20. So he played a lot more T20 cricket in his early career than Championship cricket, and at times he batted at the top of the order in the Championship. He was given runs out there, maybe some time at 3 and 4 as well, but a lot of the time it was opening the batting. Over the wicket, Kashi Fali to him. He drives this one sweetly, but mid-off is in place, and there is no run. But from there, and actually it's, I feel probably the making of Hammond as a regular top order Championship, bat was when Gloucestershire had the opportunity to play in the top division, and Hammond was used very much in that middle order. Kashi Fali runs in and bowls. This is clipped away down to fine leg, and there will be a single. I mean, also to a certain extent, the season before that in that conference system, Hammond was opening the batting at times, even at the end of that season. So, the number 4 position, it feels like he's been batting at 4 for a long time, but I suppose it's not that long. End of 2021, I can remember him making a really battling, and I'm going to try and find the exact number, it was somewhere in the 80s and the 90s, 94, against Northamptonshire at Bristol, and Ben Sanderson was bowling at him, and that was a match which was played at almost an identical conditions to this. The floodlights were barely off for the entire 4 days, grey skies the whole time. Kashi Fali into him, and Price defends to mid-on. The only time the sun actually came out was on the final day when Gloucestershire were chasing down a target to win. But Hammond did most of his work still, I think, the previous day and the morning, when Sanderson, who is one of Gloucestershire's, or has been one of Gloucestershire's nemesis over the years in terms of the wickets that he's taken against them, Hammond played the most sort of, he had the tradition of, the reputation of being a T20 dasher, and he played one of the most traditional red ball innings you could play. Kashi Fali bowls, and this is pushed into the offside for no run. End of the over, 109 for 2. And Sanderson must have gone past his edge 10, 12 times. I mean, it was absolute quality bowling on a rare Bristol surface, it has to be said, where there was quite a bit in it actually for the bowlers. And he battled through this innings, and I don't know whether it was that, so it's very easy to create narratives, but he really did show that his technique was up to any examination. And I think the following year in Division 1, it was really there that you thought actually you really could measure yourself against some of the best attacks in the country in a way that Gloucestershire hadn't always been able to do before in red ball cricket. And the century, the big century that he made against Hampshire, 169 it was, at Cheltenham, his place of birth. Really great duel with Liam Dawson, Barker, Abbas, Abbott, all that lot.
Leaning in from the Nackington Road end. This one tucks up Hammond. There's no run. Yes, I mean, what a versatile cricketer then. And he's able to work with the conditions, different bowlers as well. Gosh, I know this sounds like the Miles Hammond Appreciation Society here, but
yes,
we are really appreciating the versatility of the cricketer that we can see here. Leaning in. This one's driven. Oh!
Well,
missed. And straight through to the keeper.
That teased me up quite nicely, though, to what I was going to say still, though, in that there is still, at any moment around the corner, a shot that Miles Hammond might decide to play that will have spectators going,
but he survived.
Miles.
Jack Leaning cut into the offside this one, and there's a chase on for Muyeye, but cut off at the boundary edge-ish, and Hammond goes through for a single. He's up to 7 from 25, a patient innings so far. By the way, there was a bit of a chat with the umpires before the start of this over, probably about the light, and now the field completely changes for the batter. Ollie Price is on strike. 21 from 49. Jack Leaning past the umpire, very close to the umpire, in bowls into the onside of it. Just came off. It looks like the part of the body, probably the, I don't know, part of the leg, and then it was fielded by the skipper, Daniel Bell-Drummond. Definitely not out. It was a bit of appeal for everything there, quite frankly. Jack Leaning, he runs just past the umpire, literally an inch past the umpire in, and this one's leading edge, but goes nowhere, and they're very lucky here, the Gloucestershire batters. First Hammond with a cut that didn't happen and straight through to the keeper, and that one came off the edge of the batten. There wasn't any fielder there, and bit of a chat going on now between the Kent fielders. Like, how on earth does that not out? But Jack Leaning starts the next delivery past the umpire. In, bowls. Down leg side, far too far down leg side. Left alone by Hammond.
Now that in the first innings was signalled a wide. I don't know whether it's a case of the first innings it being erroneous, but I must say I thought that if you were bowling round the wicket
that was pretty wide
into the rough down the leg side, that it was an automatic wide. But anyway,
let's just talk about what's going on out there. Although
whilst you do that, sorry Rita, I'll pass over to Dan Whiting.
Oh, okay. So there is a new over to start with, but there's just so much chat going on out there. It is probably about the light levels. But we have a new bowler from the pavilion end, and that's Nathan Gilchrist. He's had a decent game so far, and really has probed and asked lots of questions of the Gloucestershire batters. And welcome back, Dan Whiting. Hello, Dan.
Hello, Rita. I've got a question for you, Rita.
Oh, yes?
What's the definition of optimism?
Thinking that things are going to go well? Do you mean literally, or do you mean in a different way?
No, I'll tell you what it is.
Oh, yeah? Come on, please.
Well, it's a freezing cold day. We've got our coats on, and the ice cream van still being here, for me, is a definition of optimism.
Spot on. Spot on. Did much trade today for the ice cream van?
No.
Probably not. Do you know, I'm one of these people, though, that loves an ice cream, even in deepest, darkest sort of winter.
Sprinkles?
Just one spoon and a big tub of ice cream, thank you very much.
Sprinkles?
No. Well, I won't say no, but
No.
I'll be happy with it. Are you a sprinkles kind of guy?
Not really, but you know, I'm quite happy to try things. I'm a man who will try a few things. Anyway, here's Nathan Gilchrist from the pavilion end down the leg side. Gilchrist one shy of 100 first-class wickets. 100 first-class wickets for Kent after his 7-4 in the first innings. And he'll run in all day for you, Nathan Gilchrist. DJ Giller, club DJ, you know.
Is he? Really?
He is, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
He likes a tune or two then to get the
you can see it on the Kent
dance
social
floor going?
Yeah, if you can see it on the Kent social media channels. My interview with him the other night, where I actually asked him, as that's whipped by Hammond out into the deep square boundary. Yeah, DJ Giller, he's known as. Really? Yeah, he's. But he said what's great is, you know, it does take him away from cricket. Sometimes you need that, don't you? You need to just get away from.
Yeah, the intensity of cricket and to get some tunes going. And it must be something. I've never been a DJ, but this must be something amazing about putting a really good tune on and everyone just migrating onto the dance floor and, you know, throwing out a few shapes. That must be a nice feeling.
Here's Gilchrist to Ollie Price. That's left alone. So what would your DJ name be, Rita?
I'm not very creative with names. I mean, DJ Rita sounds awful. So I'll have to do something better than that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd love to be a DJ though. I mean, those guys and girls are they're always super cool, aren't they? So Gilchrist is probably just like that. There's a bit of a chat. There's just a chat going on almost every ball.
Probably trying to keep warm.
It is very cold. I think it's dipped below 12 degrees now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Gilchrist in. Price leaves alone again. I'd be DJ Dangerous Dan.
Yeah, I should ask you. Dangerous Dan. Love it. Love it.
Or DJ Dangerous.
What sort of music do you like? You a drum and bass kind of guy?
No, I'm more of like, you know, an indie guitar, you know, from the 80s. Used to like, you know, the Smiths, and then that Manchester scene. I love like the Stone Roses and in spiral carpets and people like that, you know, and then all the sort of the Britpop era, and then moving into that sort of renaissance that they had in the early 2000s, when you have like people like Block Party coming through. As Price just works that one back to the square. But I've had a chat with a few of the Gloucestershire boys actually about music, and Ollie Price batting out there, and Dominic Goodman, big fans of Jerry Cinnamon, who they saw him at Cardiff Castle. I saw him at Alexandra Palace up in North London, and we've discussed at length the merits of Jerry Cinnamon. DJ Giller in. Price pushes that into the offside. That's going to complete the over. It has got murky here, without a doubt.
Yeah, indeed. And the umpires just had a little look at each other, but not
Yeah.
a chat this time. But I thought that last delivery from Gilchrist there, extra pace, and came onto the batter a little bit quicker. And they're trying it, Ken. They're definitely putting some variation in. I wonder if Jacqueline is going to continue. He is indeed. He's a big Oasis fan, actually.
Yeah, I had a chat with him before play today, actually. He's a nice guy. I said, saw you and Josh Shaw having a little bit of a chat with each other, and they're ex-teammates together from Yorkshire. And they get on well.
Right, Jack leaning from the Nackington Road end to Hammond. The back foot pushed back to the bowler, and there's no run. Rita Green and Dan Whiting here in the commentary box in Canterbury. We'd love to tell you that it's glorious sunshine and it's boiling hot, but it's not here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, but there is cricket, so that's all that matters. And the woolly pullovers are on for most of the players, leaning in for the second ball of the over. Loop delivery, and this one's defended by Hammond, who's got 88 on his back. And there's no run. 88 on his back and 48 in the first innings, didn't he? So he's got some runs in this game already into the second innings. The lead now 190 for Gloucestershire. 111 for 2 is the scoreline. 111. So we need to start bouncing around, don't we? Or do we not do that anymore? I don't think. Actually, I'm sitting down here. Although I should be doing star jumps to try and keep warm. But some of the players have got some of those sort of hand warmers in their pockets. I noticed they keep it. Don't blame them, really. Jack leaning in round the wicket. This one's left alone to the keeper, and there's no run. There's a lovely, lovely ground here in Canterbury. And if you're joining us from everywhere around the world, I mean, you're joining us at one of the oldest grounds in the world, the oldest cricket festival in the world since 1847. That was a while back. Leaning in, defended by Hammond, and no run. I know, it's a pretty old game, isn't it? Ancient game, cricket, but this ground especially has got some enormous tradition. But coming up, I'm a women's cricketer, and I've got to talk about the women's game as well. And England women are going to be in action on this very, very pitch. Maybe not the same wicket, but very pitch certainly in May. I'll come on to that in a moment. Jack leaning in to Hammond. This one's cut away into the offside, but there's a man in the deep, a sweeper. And there's one more to the total, 112 for 2. So 21st of May, Wednesday. Do come along if you want to watch England against West Indies, and it will be the start of Charlotte Edwards' era as coach. Now, the umpires are having a chat, aren't they, Dan?
Yeah, I think it's got considerably worse recently, and I wonder if we are going to go off.
It looks like they've been offered.
I think we are going off, yeah. So we're going to be curtailed here by bad light. My commentary stint there was about as quick as Joey Everson's batting in the Kent innings. I think that's probably going to be tea as well. So there's 36 overs minimum remaining in the day, but the light needs to improve considerably, doesn't it? So anyway, we're going to take a break. So the situation in the game is that Gloucestershire lead this by 191 runs. There's 36 overs remaining in the day, and as soon as we've got any more news, we'll be back and giving you updates, even if you know, it gets called off for the day, which I don't think it will. It's going to be a while yet, but we'll keep you updated. We'll keep you in the loop. But from Rita Green, Ed Seaborn and I will catch you soon.
Well, there is the news here from Canterbury, which we probably expected, where the game has, or the day's play, day 3, has been abandoned for the day due to bad light. Gloucestershire are 112 for 2, so they're 191 in the lead. And we'll see tomorrow what this brings. Will it be a Gloucestershire win? Will it be a Kent win? Can they take a load of wickets early in the morning? Or will it be a draw? Either way, Ed Seaborn and I will be back on air